And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our third broadcast of the night. We started things off with Master Swan Open, followed by World Team League, and now we have returned with the Logic Games number 2. I'm, of course, Live VIP. With me, I'm joined by my lovely plushies and the amazing people in the chat, and these incredible players, as we're diving into our first series, into our first matchup. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have our Red Terran player from the land of Italia, representing Platinum Heroes. It is Baby Marine. Wait, is he representing Platinum? I'll have to double check it out. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the oh my god damn it! Typically the Zerg player, but here he is off racing as a Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Eva. And one moment here, as I'm just trying to look up Baby Marine. I know he was on Platinum Heroes. It looks like he is no longer. Okay, so currently Teamless is our Red Terran player. I will fix that up. But our Zerg, but now Protoss is for Platinum Heroes, and I'm shaking my head. I'm shaking my head. For a long time, Eva has been off racing as Protoss, but usually Eva plays Protoss against Zerg players or against Protoss players. I don't often see Eva playing Protoss against other Terran players. It looks like Eva is committing to this kind of change and transition into Protoss from Zerg, and yeah, even willing to play Protoss against Baby Marine, which is impressive if he's able to take the series, right? If Eva can take the series, then I mean that's going to be quite a win under his belts. But we'll see if he can. Baby Marine is no slouch. He's a pretty heavy hitter in the European region as well. I do think that both Baby Marine and Eva are pretty similarly matched, so I'm curious to see how the Protoss of Eva can compare to the Terran, the main race of our Terran player. But now it is going to be a double gas open. Double gas into a faster factory from our Red Terran. Meanwhile, we see Eva going through the Gate Cyber Expand, going for a standard opener himself. So we're easing our way into Ghost River wall maps. I mean, what were the vetoes? Ghost River is going to be coming out first. I'm unfamiliar, or at least I am not privy to the veto process or to the map order. Not yet. We'll soon find out what at least is game number 2 as we settle into this series. I should also actually introduce the event itself. My apologies here, but welcome everyone. Welcome to the second edition of the Logic Games. This is an open tournament. This is an open tournament here, open to all. And we do have a stat bracket before us. As a reminder, this is a 200 USD prize pool, and I believe top 4 get paid out. Top 4 will get paid out. There's OC points available as well. So honestly, it's a really, really nice prize pool and a pretty well stacked bracket as well. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is massive, or the bracket again has the quality that we do expect from these events. Players like Christiana, players like Nickrat, players like Mana, players like Geralt as well. There's a lot of talent in that bracket, and we'll get there. We will get there. Until then, we are settling into our builds, settling into our game of choice, into our first series. We do have our 1-1-1 follow-up. We did open up Reaper Hellion to begin, and here we go. We have 3 Reaper double Hellion moving out across the map. The goal of this unit composition is to get into a mineral line. It's to roast up some probes. It's to get some economic damage done. We do head towards the natural base. Meanwhile, Eva, we are not fully walled up. Oh, and we just used the hallucination as well. The Hellion is going to be trapped at the low ground. Very nicely done here. Really good positioning by Eva. But the Reapers, they bust into the main base. 2 probes are going to be going down. Can we get a third? We can. 3 probes, 4 probes now fall. Not bad here. Not an ideal trade because we bled out 2 Hellions and 3 Reapers, but we've managed to get a handful of workers here. We got a full scout as well. We get eyes on the... Nothing actually. No check of choice. I mean, sorry. We got eyes on the tech of choice. It's going to be a robot opener out of Eva. Much more defensive. This will be leading into a third base. Speaking of, there's that third. When it comes to tech options in TVP, we have 3, but 2 are more common. Twilight Council and Stargates are seen most commonly here in this matchup. A robot opener is very safe. It gives you early access to Immortal production. It gives you early access to Colossus production, but we're stuck at home. Typically, we would be stuck at home. We're going to be harassing with a couple of deaths, but we can't really threaten the natural or the main base of Baby Marine. Baby Marine, after the scout, is fully aware and can be a little bit greedier here at home, or it can be a little bit careless. Doesn't need to leave anything at home to defend, at least nothing major. As we have map control, we are able to chase down at least one of these adepts. I say that, we do shade away. And we're going for a ninja base. Speaking of map control and speaking of being greedy, I mean, Baby Marine, he knows that he's safe, so he's going for a ninja third base here towards the bottom left-hand corner of the map, something that I was not expecting. And I don't know if Eba is one to check here either. The bay is on the way. Again, that's for fast Colossus production that we didn't mention before. That's one of the strengths of this opener from Eba. Drop does get eyes on the third base. It's already getting up and running. Tank looking to get sieged up. We have our tank. We have a handful of Marines. We are pushing in. Unfortunately, not quite within range of the base, but we are reinforcing. The tank is spotted. Eba does push in. And with the help of the Immortal, we can focus down the tank. It looks like it is going to go down. Pick up not fast enough from Baby Marine. His push is shut down. And our Terran player has to race on back home. Now, I'm curious what we're thinking here. Eba does check the main base, does confirm the production. The Raxes are a little bit delayed here for him. He's checking for a third TC. There is none in sight. We can see it's already finishing. Yeah, but we're pushing in. We're going for the tank. The tank is exposed. Yeah, the Marine's going to be dropped. So the first tank is going to fall. And we should be able to start a step back. The Immortal taking some hits, but there just are not enough Marines here. And Marines going down one after the other. There's 3 Marines left. We're down to 2. We're down to 1. Oh, 1 Marine remaining here. We do keep the Immortal alive. Looking at the trades, it was 6 Marines, 2 tanks for 4 Stalkers, and a handful of sentries. A much better trade for the Protoss. Much better trade here for Eba. Behind this, we have our first Colossus, second Colossus on the way. We are going for a gateway explosion into further tech with a Forge, with the Twilight Council. Eba is building up towards a longer game. We're not going for a 3-base all-in, which means Baby Marine gets away with the command center. He gets away with the ninja base. We have a 4th on the way. The command center is being built as we speak, and Eba might be able to deny that 4th base, but this base getting up and running is massive here, and Baby Marine, his economy is soon to just snowball out of control. His production soon thereafter. Meanwhile, Eba back at home going for his 4th, setting up a charge, catching up with chat. Oh, I see logic in the chat. The logic games. We're going to be scanning here between the bases. The Observer is going to be caught out, so nice catch there from Baby Marine. Is looking to move out. I mean, I say looking to move out. He's looking to establish himself here. I mean, there's no reason to push. We are getting away with a ninja base. We're getting away with a 4th base as well. May as well just settle into a more longer standard game and allow this third to pay for itself, as here comes that Maynard. We do manage to saturate it. Eba still chilling, thinking he's further ahead than he is. We have set upgrades on the way. Charge about to finish. +1 almost done. We have the Temple Archives that should be for Archon production. Potentially Storm as well. We're getting there. Oh, and Baby Marine going for a bit of a triple drop here. Do we scout it? We do! We do spot the drop. Eba is aware. It's a pretty hefty bio army with a handful of water mines. We head towards the 4th. Eba behind us trying to keep up. We are on 3 Colossus. We're out of position. We go for the stim, we go for the dive. Shield battery goes down. Deny the overcharge. Oh, big mine shot as well. Big mine shots on most of these zealots. Baby Marine doesn't quite commit. We have to back up. Eba doesn't lose any workers here at the 4th. But we are spreading ourselves a little bit thin here. So Eba has to be wary. We need a little bit more map vision. We have a pylon for a drop, but we don't have anything here in the center of the map. Again, it doesn't take long at all to move out. And counterattack. Yeah, now the gases are being taken. Drop did return it. We only bled out the winter mines. At least the bio was kept safe and sound. Viking production has commenced. There is a Ghost Academy, but no Ghost production yet. We should be getting there soon. Before that happens, though, Eba, he's had enough. He's pushing. Looking at our army, we're on 3 Colossus. We have the Prism to juggle, to reinforce. We have a lot of charge lots as well. The positioning here isn't looking too bad for Baby Marine, but he's only got the 1 tank behind this. First mine shot is baited out. And we're going for the dive, we're going for the tank. Vikings, they do go ham on these Colossus. First Colossus is going to be falling, but the ground army is getting grounded. We do get on top of the tank. I say that the tank will hold, and we shut down the Colossus. One after the other, they go down. Baby Marine does hold. And Eba is in some trouble here. We do have a good amount of reinforcements with those charge loads, but Baby Marine is holding. Eva just mustering up that second wave. How many Vikings do we have? 5. 5 Vikings remaining. Only 1 went down. Oh my god, we can just bully back the Colossus and the Prism. Prism goes down. Eva does have to retreat. Eva pulling back home. 5th base is on the way. Baby Marine keeping up, going for his own 5th at the same time. 3-3 is on the way. We can see Eva now going for a second robot into Disruptor production. That will help against this. The Vikings, they do amazingly against Colossus, against Skytoss, but there's only 1 Colossus left. There's only 1 remaining, so these Vikings are not the best investment here for Baby Marine. 5th CC on location is going to be delayed. Eva is pushing out. Again, Eva thinking it's the 4th. Not fully aware. Like, a Zealot run-by would wreak havoc here. Like, it wouldn't take much at all. But again, we just do not know. And Baby Marine has a better economy, has a higher worker count plus mules. Baby Marine is soon to max out. Can Eva overcome this? So do lay the EMP on the Archon. Archon goes down. Mind shots here on the Zealots. Good kiting from Baby Marine. Once again, the Vikings, yeah, not really adding too much. Then it goes off. We get the ghosts. 2 ghosts go down. Big pickoffs. Another Nova will go off, but it will not connect. Up. So we barely do zone Baby Marine back. The Disruptors are left a little bit behind, and can we snipe them? The Stalkers are forced to engage, forced to fight. A lot of Stalkers go down. But it looks like Eva is barely keeping up here with this initial army. But you can see Baby Marine, he's just soon looking to be overwhelming the Protoss. Rallying across the map. It's going to take a little bit for Baby Marine to build it back up. We're getting there. More CCs on the way. Again, it feels like our production isn't able to keep up with the economy, and there we go. Now we have additional starports on the way that will help. Working towards Liberator production. Colossus has arrived. We're trying to get back into Vikings. How many Disruptors do we have? 5! 5 Disruptors. First Nova goes up. It doesn't quite connect. Second Nova will take down the Widowman at least. The third Nova, we're a little bit trigger happy. We have 1 Nova left. Now Eba knows. Now Eba, he has scouted the base, is aware, going for a massive warp in. And finally, this base is going to be denied. Meanwhile, this Colossus looking a bit exposed here. We're running out of Zealots, we're running out of the Gateway Army. Ooh, big Nova will connect. The Baby Marine, he will collapse in. The Colossus won't make it out. And these Disruptors, oh god, they're going to be hunted down, one after the other. We get 1. We get 2. There's 3 left. Oh, there's 1 remaining. We got 4 of those Disruptors. Massive pickoffs. But Eva finally did shut down the 5th base. The Ninja base is shut down, but it has already more than paid for itself. And now Baby Marine, he's double expanding. He's still got a larger army. Eva in a rough position. Going into 2 more robos. That's going to be quadruple robo production. We're getting into Immortals and Disruptors. I mean, a heavy Immortal count can do well, but it's going to take some time to really get going. Charge will take collapse on the army. Nova's going to be going off. Can we connect? Not quite. And we come in from behind. Decent connection here on the Ghosts, on the Marauders as well. Finally, some good connections from Eva. Finally, we're able to trade a little bit better against the Terran army. A little bit. Eva getting a sick. Sick Nexus getting up and running. Baby Marine backing up. There's that Liberator production. The problem here is that it does feel like our Terran player with the better economy has been able to just outscale Eva. What is the answer to these libs? Usually it would be Skytoss, Tempest, Carrier. But now we have to rely on Stalker, and we don't really have that many Blink Stalkers. We have 8. And we're relying heavily on a ground army with 4 Immortals on the way. Liberators are going to be kind of the checkmate move for Baby Marine. Coming from behind, we focus on the disruptors. A couple of Novas going to be going off some decent connections. Pretty good. We get some decent connections. We cash in Immortal as well. Baby Marine not quite overextending, able to reinforce. Cleans up most of the army. Catches the Immortal. And Baby Marine just establishing these planetaries. Getting up to 6 bases as well. They're trying to engage. A lot of the supply are in medevacs, to be fair, but here we go. We pick off some of the libs. Liberator's going to be going down. They're going to be targeted, but the Stalkers are exposed. No! Oh, the aggressive blink. We punish Eva, and you can see Eva just plummet in supply. That was not the play. Baited into the blink. And now Baby Marine, it looks like he's finally done it. We collapse here. We focus on every single disruptor. Again, that was just an overextension, a misstep there from Eva that's going to cost him this. As now Baby Marine has... Oh, God, no! The Nova! Never mind. I was about to say that Baby Marine should be able to press his advantage and break through, but that was an insane Nova. Eva. He's holding on. He's keeping up. Blinks forward. Gets a lib. Gets 2. Gets 3. Very nice target firing here as we force back the army. We don't quite... Oh, we do! We get every single Liberator. Very nicely done. Eva is fighting back. It's not over. Not yet, Pat. I almost wrote him off. Almost. How dare I? As they're pushing through the center, forcing the siege of these libs. Neva's going to be going up. Yeah, just zoning away the army. We collapse here on top of those liberations, on top of these liberators. The freedom not helping too much, but that was a big EMP. That was a big EMP, and it looks like, yeah, we're running out of units here. Yeah, reinforcements coming in. The army going to be stimming forward. We collapse here on that prism. Stalkers are going down, and Eva, it looks like that was his last hurrah. Committed so hard to this push, losing everything. The entire army goes down. And how many liberators do we have? We have 10. We have 10 liberators. Freedom. It's here. It's all over. And there's no stopping all this freedom. But it's too much. Again, Eva played well this game, but didn't get eyes on the ninja base, of course. Did overextend a couple too many times as well. And was never fully ready for this liberator transition. Baby Marine has a massive bank as well. Can afford some mistakes. Speaking of, a good spread. Good split from Baby Marine. Catch another Immortal. God. Those event diagrams, those circles are insane. The freedom circles, if you will. Up to 11 libs. We do blink past the army, though. And is there enough on the ground? There might not be. As we do blink past all the liberators, we dive on top of the army, focus down the reinforcements. Eva fighting his heart out here. I mentioned before, these medevacs are a lot of the supply that Baby Marine has. We're not able to engage into the planetary, but we do clean up the Marines, the Marauders. Eva rotating around, getting onto the high ground, trying to focus on as many of these libs as he can. Oof. Focus on the disruptor. 2 libs remaining. We break through. We shut down every single liberator once again. Eva is so tenacious. Are we making the planetary? We are. We're making the planetary right next to the Nexus. Baby Marine is an animal. Oh my god. But Eva, as we focus down all these libs one after the other, it looks like we've done it! Eva! He's done it! Who cares about the ninja base? Who cares about the freedom? We're breaking through! We came to the production, we break through 2 of these CCs. Planetary's about to finish. But these Immortals, they've been going hard against the Marauders. Good EMP. Good EMP on the main army, but it looks like Eva, he's snowballing out of control. He's breaking through. He's finally broken the back here of Baby Marine. As Eba trying to go for the kill, trying to break Baby Marine here and now. The blinks are solid. For the Marauders, they stim forward, they focus down the Immortal, they force back the army once again. We need reinforcements. Meanwhile, back at home, the Planetary was shut down. Oh, the reinforcements were busy with the Planetary. That is why Eba wasn't able to break through. Uh-oh. Now what do we have? We have a Colossus. We have still 6 Liberators being made at a time. Oh my god. Still a very scrappy game. Baby Marine still with the better economy. Still with the larger bank, I should say, as he has been trading more efficiently. We get lib, we do. We get one. Eva's trying to rotate around, trying to find another way in, but he's getting surrounded. And a collapse here by Baby Marine. We get on top of that Colossus. It does go down. Stalkers, they come in for a flank. But these Stalkers are so exposed, so battered, so bruised. Genzalts are required to keep this going. We have another Planetary on the way. Another Planetary coming in. Oh my god, that's so many Liberators. 11 once again. Yeah, we can just A-move in and focus down the Colossus. As Eba's being bullied back, and I've been impressed. I've been very impressed with Eba's tenacity here and his ability to just fight back as hard as he has, despite so much working against him. Well, there's only so long that he can go for. I mean, GG gets called, we do get overwhelmed, and Baby Marine takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Baby Marine will take lead in this series, and again, he got away with so much in this game. It was wild what did occur. Despite that, Eba was holding his own, despite being down a base for so long in a PvT, which is unheard of. Was still making a game out of it. Really impressive stuff there. GG, well played. With that, Baby Marine takes game 1, but it's a best of 3. And I'm curious if Eba is going to switch races or commit to the Protoss. Can he? Is he even allowed? Some of the admins will have to speak up in the chat. But yeah, I'm not so certain if the rules would even allow that. Some events, they force you to commit to a race for the entire series. Other events allow you to switch between. Here we go. So, I was almost in the player slot. I'm shaking my head. We're good. The game almost went live with me playing instead. I can't play Protoss, Pappy. What do you want from me? And we have confirmation. It's okay. We're loading in. We are loading in. Game number 2 going to be on Oceanborn. Okay. Let us go. As a reminder as well, I believe the map pool is an extended map pool. We have maps like our ladder maps, Alkyone, Amphion, Ghost River, Oceanborn, Side Delta, but we also incorporate some of the more unorthodox maps out there, like Maganatha, Neo Soul, aka Blackpink, and Jagannath. So I look forward to seeing some of those maps later on down the line. But for now, we're diving into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our red Terran player representing himself, currently teamless, but deserving to be on a team. He's an amazing player. He's leading the series 1-0. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Platinum Heroes. Down in the series, can he bounce back? It is Eba. Getting proxy raxed. Let's go. We have 2 SCVs on the map. 2 Raxes are on the way. It's going to be 2x, I imagine 2x Reaper here from Baby Marine. We'll see if Eva is able to scout and able to respond. Also, a shout out to Reality in the chat. Reality letting us know that yes, he is allowed to switch races mid-series. So thank you so much for clarifying that, just in case it comes up. Thank you so much. Again, a big shout out to Reality. Not just Reality, but there's a team of admins behind this. Let me just double check. We have Reality, we have Logic, we have Shiny, Hyper One, Cuties, and Magnath as well. So thank you so much for all that you do. Thank you so much for organizing and hosting this event. Would not be an event without our organizers. And oh my god, I assumed it was going to be... I apologies. It's going to be 2x Marauder. I assumed it was going to be Reaper, but no, Marauder's going to be on the way instead. The Probe Scout is coming in! Eva, he scouts, he confirms, gets eyes on the Raxes, gets eyes on the Tech Labs, is fully aware of what is happening, and now it's time to prepare. Now, 2x Marauder hits like a truck. That is true. But back at home, if we can get some shield batteries up and running, we can get an overcharge. You can see the first Zelda is going to be applying some pressure early on, and we need to hyperfixate and prioritize our army here to defend. We could also respond with a Robo as our tech of choice. There's the initial shield battery. Zealot, interesting, going across the map to try to apply pressure at the main and ideally force back some of these Marauders. Here we go. Pilot is thrown down, means the Zealot can gain access into the main base as the wall is wide open. Marauders are amassing. We have a couple of boys as well to help buffer, to help tank. The Zealot will slip in. Oh, just in time. Zealot does go in at the same time. We have how many shield batteries? We have one, soon to be two. Shield batteries are on the way. Good target firing so far to Eva. Does focus down one of those Marauders. They take a lot of hits. Ooh, okay, Concussive Shell is done, but we are within range and boys are being pulled. So far, so good. We're now up to 2 Stalkers. Behind this, we have a 3rd Stalker on the way. Still just 1 Gateway. We focus down a Marauder. Focus one down, but we bleed out a Stalker. We're down to 1 Stalker remaining. Eva, he was caught out of range of the shield batteries. 7 SCVs go down. And we're pulling the boys. Oh my god. Boys are being pulled. Eva focusing down the shield battery. Looks like it's barely gonna stand. The shield battery out of energy. More probes do arrive. Remember, Eva, he's the headed workers. He can afford to lose some probes. And Baby Marine is completely all in. One way or another, the game is about to end. Either Baby Marine kills Eva or he dies trying. 3rd Stalker just now coming out. Workers are here. Boys have to be pulled. Overcharge is popped. We popped the overcharge. Oh my god, but there's just so much DPS. Yeah, the Marauders, they chunk through 2 of those Stalkers. And how many Marauders are there left? 7! 7 Marauders! And how can they be stopped? Oh, we need more workers. We need more probes. Again, some of these Marauders getting very low. They still do survive. Good shuffling there from Baby Marine. Pulling back some of the weakened Marauders. And we break the natural. Eva, he's down to 5 workers. Would you force field? A solid force field. We trade a Stalker for 1 Marauder for 2 Marauders. But it looks like Baby Marine has done it. He has done it. He breaks into the main. GG gets called, and Baby Marine will take the series 2-0. Advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a close defense there. Unfortunately, Eva was not fully prepared for how committed Baby Marine was going to be. It was also really brutal for Eva to bleed out some Stalkers early on. If you remember, the first Stalker went down when we got baited a little bit further out onto the map, out of range of the shield battery, and losing 1 or 2 Stalkers that early on is brutal because you have so little to work with. You need to preserve your units, you need to build up over time, and unfortunately, Eva just could not keep up, could not maintain there. Likewise, Baby Marine snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations here as Baby Marine will advance on. And let me just quickly message some players and figure out where we're headed. Exclamation mark B in the chat. Exclamation mark B. You guys want to have a look at the bag yourselves? One moment. As we are getting into our top 8 already, we have Cristiano versus Baberine in the upper half of the bracket. We have Nicorect versus Honmono in the TVT, Mana versus Hydra in a PvP, and Geralt versus Middle VK in a PvP. Oh. Sorry, just messaging. They're just messaging some of the players. But yeah, we have our series lined up for us. We have our series lined up for us here. We have Cristiano, a Baberine. That's going to be our next series. I'm going to be following that into the semifinals. I'm uncertain if both semis are going to be casted and they're going to be held. I believe that Dave Testa is also casting over on his channel, so we might just split up and go like, I'll cast one semis, he'll cast the other, leading into the finals. We'll figure it out. We'll play it by ear. Until then, though, our players are currently conducting their vetoes as we speak, and we'll be able to dive into our next series once they're done. For now, going on a short break. Gonna be going on a short break here, and when we return, we'll have our first quarterfinals match. See you. There we go. That looks better. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned with our first quarterfinals match. Oh boy, the round of 16 has concluded. Now we are entering the top 8 of the Logic Games number 2. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Hope you've all been enjoying yourselves so far. We had a banger of a first series, and now we have returned with another PVT. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Italian Terran player, the Italian Terran Terror, as he just took down Eva 2-0. Looking hot here in the TVP matchup. Can we go even further? We have the Italian Terran player. It is Baby Marine. But here we go. Once again, we're back in a Terran versus Protoss. You know, earlier I dove on Eva because I was hoping that we could cast at least some Zerg tonight. At least in this tournament. It's not going to happen. Is that? If I'm not mistaken, I believe there are 0 Zerg players left in the tournament. Yes, there are zero Zerg players remaining. We have nothing but Terran and nothing but Protoss, which, to be fair, as we get a bit of a pause here. But to be fair, it is expected. It is expected in this kind of region. Again, Protoss and Terran, they do reign supreme here in the online weeklies. Every now and then we have a player like Wayne. I think Wayne is the highest rated, most active Zerg player in these online weeklies. As we have a bit of a pause. But usually Wayne could make a deep run, or Eba, or trying to think of the others. Like Young Yakov isn't very active in these online weekly tournaments. Laze is not very active. Lambo's not very active. Mixu semi-active. There's another that's on the cusp. Fiance isn't very active either. So again, like a lot of these Zerg players, they just aren't very active in the online tournament scene outside of someone like Wayne or someone like Eba. But unfortunately, Wayne isn't here. Wayne, he's not here tonight. Eba is knocked out. And Eba was playing Protoss as well. Eba, he's already... I already spoke to him. You know, he's already becoming full Protoss at this point. He's embraced the superior race. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. So at least embrace the non-mirror matchups while we can. But now it's going to be a double gas opener. Double gas into a factory. Delayed command center from Baby Marine. Meanwhile, we have Cristiano going for his own opener as well. Just a gate into expand into Cybercore. Nothing too crazy from our Protoss player. Nothing yet. We're still waiting for the tech of choice. Most likely going to be a Twilight Council, but we'll see if a Stargate gets thrown down instead. We shall see. Speaking of tech, we do have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Twilight Council here hidden in the main base, and it's going to be on Baby Marine to piece together what's going on, to get a read on what is happening. We are keeping our first Reaper back at home for now. We have a second Reaper on the way. Probe comes in. Coming in for a secondary scout, and Cristiano will slip into the main. We get a full scout if we get eyes on the factory, on the racks. On our later command center, we still have yet to move out. We're making an extra round, by the way, going for a third Reaper and our Hellions. Okay. I mean, we saw this in game 1 earlier. We saw this in game 1 versus Eba. So it's going to be triple Reaper, double Hellion from Baby Marine. The goal here is to bust into a mineral line and get economic damage done, but Cristiano is holding up. Gateway is thrown down, shield battery is done. And we should be able to complete this wall just in time. There's that Robo. And it's going to be difficult for this army to really get any economic damage done. But we're going to try. We have to. I mean, we've already invested. And we're coming in. As here on the low ground, it is going to be a full wall up. Ooh, the Hellions do try to slip in, but yeah, we're here. Ready, in position, in time. Reapers, they go for the main base. Probes are going to be going down. One worker does 4. We get a second. We get a third. 3 probes in total. We get a 4th. We get a 5th probe. Oh my god, 5 probes for 3 Reapers and not the Hellions. Not bad. Pretty good trade here for Baby Marine. He also, I believe, gets a full scout off. Looking at his vision, he has seen the Twilight Council. He started researching. Baby Marine is fully aware of the Blink Stalkers. And we're going to be following this up with Cloak Banshees. Cloak is on the way. 3rd CC behind this, so we're not going for any kind of 2-base all-in. There are 2-base all-in variations of Tank Banshee, but Baby Marine is working towards a longer game. Going to be harassing with Banshees and setting up with those tanks. So now we are going to be settling in. To see our Adept checking this linear location, just getting eyes on any kind of drop play from our opponent. Cristiano just securing himself. Has the Observer in the main, checking his vision. He hasn't seen much across the map yet.
Always researches that one.
Oh god, it's a Diva Enjoyer. I keep forgetting. Cristiano is a bit of a Diva Enjoyer. We do scout the main base. We get eyes on Cloak. So we got eyes on the Banshees, we got eyes on the upgrade. The Observer is not going to make it out. Whew. Nice peek off there from Baby Marine, but we have additional Observers on the way to make sure we're ready and prepared for those Banshees. We are getting ready. The Bay has been thrown down, so we're looking to transition here from Blink into Colossus. Baby Marine still fortifying himself. Banshees, I believe, have moved out. Here we go, 2 Banshees. They head towards the main or towards the 3rd base. We do have 1 Observer in position here in the main. We have the other here at the natural. The 3rd is also covered. We have 1 Observer for every mineral line. Let's go. Again, Banshees, Cloak Banshees in this matchup have been very trendy as of late, so Cristiano is very well rehearsed, very prepared. Stalkers move out, and the Banshees ready to move in. And we are going for it. Double Banshee to the main base. Oh, but we are once again in position. We do blink forward. We focus down the first Banshee. Oh, can we get it? We do not. The Banshee will barely escape, but it has done 0 damage. Say that we do find a probe here at the 3rd. 2 probes go down. Stalkers, they test the waters at the natural, but there are tanks in position. They get fended off. But this so far has been an unsuccessful attack here by Baby Marine. At least it keeps all the Banshees alive. If they're alive, they're going to be able to get back home. They're going to be able to be repaired and go in at a later time to try to get some more damage done. So there's still at least potential with this, but still not an ideal start. 3rd base now on location. Tanks are in position. We have Stim, combat shields, +1. All of our upgrades are lined up and on the way for Baby Marine. As we're getting into our 5-rack setup. Bit of a 5-on-1. Back at home, Cristiano is on Colossus on the 4th base. Working towards a 2nd robot for double Colossus production. And eventually double Disruptor production as well. We are getting there. So the game is just going to calm down after the initial aggression from our Terran player. The aggression that didn't really get much done. I just have to give the edge to the Protoss as a result. Cristiano, he's up 20 probes. Up in workers, up in economy. There it is. Disruptor production has already commenced here for Cristiano. Oh boy, this army is becoming more and more terrifying as time goes on. Baby Marine's still building up. It's still stuck at home. That's the other downside here, is that because of all the Banshee play, it just wasn't able to be active with any drops. Banshee threatens the natural. We have a cannon in position. Cristiano moving out. I'm not too sure how I like this move out. I mean, our goal here, I think, is to just catch any kind of army in the center of the map. We don't really want to push into these tanks. It's not going to happen. As Cristiano rotates around, we have a drop towards the left-hand side. The tanks are on their own. Oh, CranKy commits. It's tempting. It looks like 1 tank is going to go down. The Colossus, they rain down on the Bio Army. But the Colossus, they are exposed. And Cristiano, he overextends. Yeah, this was not the fight to take. We bleed out every single Disruptor, every single Colossus. Cristiano plummets in supply. As I mentioned, it was tempting to go for the tanks, but it was a bait. We got one tank, the other two survived, and now Baby Marine, suddenly he is miles ahead. He's in a great position here. Third robot gets thrown down. We need a third robot to recover. To be fair, Baby Marine has to also lick his wounds. So lick his wounds as well. Giving Cristiano time to rebuild. We gotta go. Terran player has momentum on his side. Moving out, there is a Disruptor on the high ground. Don't quite get the Nova. Oh! There he goes off. Gets a Widow Mine. At the same time as we move out, Zealots move in. That's getting a lot of SCVs here at the third base. We do catch one of the Disruptors. Other Nova goes off. Ooh, big connection. Cristiano buying time, wreaking havoc across the map, getting 7 SCVs. And here we go, we can collapse on this army. Tanks are going to be going down. And Cristiano, he's bouncing back. Going to be recalling back home as well. Forcing the pickup. Oh, catching a full medevac. Catching 2, 3. Oh my god, 3 full medevacs go down. And how the pendulum swings from one player to the other. Cristiano now up 60 supply. GG gets called and Cristiano takes game number 1. Oh my god. GG. GG, well played. Cristiano able to bounce back here. Had a very questionable fight where he bled out every single high-tech unit. But Baby Marine, in the aftermath, did wait a little bit too long. Did allow Cristiano to build back up. I mean, I say that. Cristiano, as Baby Marine was moving out, that Zealot run-by was brutal. And Baby Marine, he was caught out on the map, you know, a little bit. It may have been a little bit wiser to just wait a little bit to build up his army or to go for some harassment play, keep some army back at home instead. Regardless, very impressive there by Cristiano to take that. You can see, you can see the graph here, the red graph. Oh, not anymore. But the red graph there, where Cristiano he plummeted. He actually fell to what, half the army supply of his opponent. It was wild seeing that drop. But still did take it in the end. And now we're working our way towards game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Also, if there are other matches on the brackets that catch your attention that you maybe want to tune into, I do recommend checking out Dave Testa. Shout out to Old Mate Dave. He is covering matches himself. I'm sure indulging in some Protoss action out there. Let me just double check. Hormone versus Nick Red. Okay. So Dave, he was covering the TBT over on his channel. So make sure to check him out for some of the other matches that are going on. But here we go, we're diving into game 2 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ghost River. We have our red Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Terran player, the blue Terran representing himself, currently teamless. Down in the series, can he bounce back? It is Baby Marine. Now, the last time we saw him on Ghost River, we did have a ninja base that Baby Marine was able to just take advantage of and able to snowball out of control with. We'll see if he goes to something similar or something quite different. Once again, double gas opener. Baby Marine, he just doesn't feel safe enough to go for these more economic builds. I don't blame him, especially on this map, on Ghost River. Aggression is favored and just wants to play this out a little bit closer to the chest. Calming things down. Meanwhile, across the map, Cristiano going for a gate expand into a cyber core. Very economic opener from our Polish Protoss. More economic here. We'll see how we settle into this. Where we are taken. Now, we saw in the last game that Baby Marine, he committed into triple Reaper, double Hellion with mixed success. Was able to get a couple of worker kills, 5 probes if you remember. Was able to get 5 workers, so I'm curious if he maybe once was tempted to get into that opener again. Otherwise, we could be seeing some Widow Mines into a faster Starport, into a Mine Drop. We could be seeing Reactor Cyclone into a Cyclone Drop as well. We have options. Cristiano on the other side, once again, going for a Twilight Council. Last game, we did see a 2-gate blink into a 3rd, into a longer macro game. So we'll keep an eye on Cristiano to see if he is maybe a little bit more aggressive here in Game 2. Clearly, though, we have seen after Game 1 that you cannot take Baby Marine lightly, you cannot be overconfident against him, he will punish you. Still is a player to be respected. Cristiano. When it came to that Colossus push. He's an animal, Poppy, he's an animal. But now we're settling in. There's that gate on the way. Baby Marine back at home getting into his 1-on-1. And once again, it looks like we are going for the same opener. It's triple Reaper, double Hellion. In game 1, we got 5 probe kills. Meanwhile, that's more gates on the way. Okay, so we're setting up for 3 gates blink from the side of Cristiano. 4th gateway has been thrown down, but I believe that's just to wall off. Gateway taking a lot of damage, and we're going to be forcing a cancel. We cancel just in time. Once again, throwing down that 4th gateway. I believe we should be canceling the gateway regardless. I believe the wall is just temporary. Just to zone away those Hellions. We keep up with the Adepts, so with the Reapers as well. This time, 0 economic damage done. Observers on the way. Going for another warp in. There's the cancel. Canceling 2 gates even. Okay, so it's just 2-gate blink. Just 2-gate blink. We have our Robo, and we should be expanding and taking a 3rd. Baby Marine is in the vicinity here to try to delay that base if at all possible, but the Nexus is on the way. So again, an economic build here from Cristiano. Very economic. Baby Marine now moving out with his Cyclone drop. Cyclone and a handful of Marines. Still has the Reaper Hellion active, and we're going to try and pull away the attention of Cristiano. Stalkers are dragged to the 3rd base, and the drop comes in, and do we have anything to defend? We have the bare minimum. How many probes can we get? We get 2. 2 probes go down. We get a 3rd probe just barely. 3 workers in total. And the drop will threaten the main. Oh, a late reaction out of Cristiano, by the way. We focused on 8 probes. Oh my god. 8 probes go down. Heli Reaper heads for the mineral line. We're going for more workers. We're almost caught out. But 12 probes go down. An insane amount of damage dealt here. And Cristiano, he's not really set up for a counterattack. I mean, he's got some Blink Stalkers, sure, but there's no Prism. There's no way to reinforce across the map. We do have an Immortal. And we have to go. The problem is, back at home, we have 2 tanks. We have a tank on the low ground, tank on the high ground. We have a bunker as well. Baby Marine is safe and sound. And that was 15 probes falling. That was an insane amount of damage. Cristiano, he's got some recovering to do. Now he stays at home with the Immortal. He moves out with every single Stalker. Or most Stalkers, I should say. Yeah, all the Stalkers do move out. So we're going for the bunker. Oh, we take big volleys to the face. Observer almost gets sniped. And Baby Marine, he's secure. He's secure in this 2-base setup. We could try to blink into the main and maybe delay the CC. That is possible. Observer's checking. Has eyes on the tank, has eyes on the Bio Army. And Baby Marine, he's looking pretty secure. Oh, as we're not done, we get 3 more probes. The Adept, sorry, the Reaper, I keep saying Adept. The Reaper and the Auto Tartaras. 3 more workers go down, and we're not done, we get a 4th probe. 4 probes in total. It's getting up to 19 probe kills. And with Stim, Baby Marine, he can push out across the map. He can deny the 3rd. He has a hefty army with tanks, with Marines, with Marauders. soon to be Medivacs as well. We scan and shut down the Observer. Even less scouting information here for Cristiano. Cristiano did not see the third CC, so he's not fully aware whether or not his opponent would go all in or not. Doesn't quite get the Widowmine. Baby Marine forcing Cristiano back. Catch a Stalker. Catching Marauder as well. A trading Stalker from Marauder. And we're trying to slow this down, but again, Ghost River has a very short rush distance. Baby Marine, he is here. He's already arrived across the map. Going for the boost. Tanks are sieging. And can we focus one down? We cannot. Yeah, the tank stands strong. We have the overcharge. We focus on the Archon. One Archon does fall. Massive tank shots. We do get one of the tanks. There's one tank left, and it's going to be going down. Just barely. Cristiano's holding. Cristiano's barely holding on. He has a comparable worker count to his opponents, but the reality is that a Protoss player should be up a base. Against Terran, we need to be up a base, we need to be up in workers. Otherwise, things are going to be dire. Speaking of Autotarts, once again, 5 more probes in the main. Baby Marine on fire here. And there's no splash damage. There's no Colossus, no Storm, no Disruptors. Just a gateway army on the ground, not the most mobile army either. Observer does spot to the main force of Baby Marine. Cristiano rotating around. We're going for the Doom Drop into the natural. And we commit! Oh my god. Almost. We thought about it. Baby Marine pulling back. Giving Cristiano and myself a heart attack. Calming things down, rotate around instead. Zealot Romance coming in. Hitting that third. We get an SCV. Oh! We split the 4CC. Well, the reality is that Cristiano can't really do anything about this. Like, Zealot Romance is the most he can hope for. The base is safe and sound. The 4th base is going to get up and running. Cristiano needs to think about his own 4th as well. Now we're making 2 Colossus at a time. But they're not ready yet. They're halfway done. Here comes Baby Marine. Looks like we catch a Ghost. Oh! Good pick up. Ghost goes down. Very nice blinks. 4th base is cancelled. And can we catch the army? Big matchups here with the Zealots. You can see Cristiano trying to collapse on top of this, but the army out of position. We stim on in. Never mind. The surrounding will pay off. One full medevac goes down, but Baby Marine, he will unload into the main, forcing the recall. Oh, the Colossus! No! EMP connects. 1 Colossus falls. We do pick up, we get the hell out of there. Recall now on cooldown. Baby Marine boosts out. Escapes with most of his army. Back at home, 4CC being taken. And we're getting into Ghosts and Vikings. No liberation zones yet. We're getting there. Once we get the 4th base, Baby Marine is going to be the first to max. Meanwhile, Disruptor production has commenced. Now, what I will say is that even though Baby Marine is ahead, and even though he has a lead, that lead can slip away with Disruptors. If we can connect, if we can get some very nice Purification Novas, we can connect with 1 or 2, then we can even things up. Cristiano can bounce back. I'm saying he will, but he has a chance. Sometimes a chance is all you need. Once again, more auto turrets into the main. Baby Marine pushing up the ramp. Never goes off. Does graze the army, getting one of those Marauders. rotating around. He is maxed. More disruptors are on the way. We have another Nova available. Nova goes off. Once again, does graze a couple of Marines. Another Nova will not connect. Good spread here from Baby Marine. Shuts down the Colossus, lands the Vikings, and we're stimming on in. And there's just not enough Protoss here. We had 3 Novas, and they were not good enough. GG gets called, and Baby Marine ties up the series at 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Whew. We do tie things up, and we are headed for the ace match. A very impressive game there from Baby Marine, able to maintain a lead, or sorry, get ahead, get a lead, and maintain that lead throughout the entire game. He just snowballed out of control early on, getting so much economic damage done, crippling the economy of Cristiano, and just making sure that he was safe and secure from that moment. Got into his own 3-way setup, into a 4th, was able to max out, was able to get ahead. And Cristiano, we're going to have to tighten up those early game defenses here if we want to fight back. It all comes down to game 3. It all comes down to Alkione. None of the newer maps yet. I say newer maps, sorry. I should say none of the more unorthodox maps yet. So far, no Jagannatha or Maganatha or Blackpink. We're getting there. Sure, we will get there. Quickly double checking as well. I believe we're going to be having some longer series down the line. Okay, so it's going to be best of 3 until the grand finals. Grand finals will be a best of 5. Here we go. Okay, we're good. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of site Delta, we have our Polish Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle being forced into the ace match. Now he's up against the wall. Can he bounce back? It is Cristiano. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Terran player, the blue Terran, representing himself, currently teamless, but forcing the ace match here. And can he keep this momentum going? Go all the way to the next round. It is Baby Marine. We go. It all comes down to this. It all comes down. Oh wait, sorry, I said Alkione before. Side Delta. Side Delta. Delta is going to be our ace match. Once again, double gas opener from Baby Marine. Even on side Delta, not going for a more economic build. Interesting. Just going for a more safer approach here. I mean, we have seen that this double gas opener has been leading into Reaper Hellion aggression time and time again. That's still on the table here. Doesn't have to be Reaper Hellion aggression. We've spoken about this before, but this can also lead into a mine drop. This can lead into earlier cyclones. Baby Marine does have options. As Cristiano is going to be hiding with his first probe, hoping to avoid the initial Reaper here of Baby Marine, so we can come in for a follow-up scout to confirm whether there's a reactor or any kind of add-ons, any further production, even delay the command center. So Cristiano is going to be keeping this hidden. You can see the Reaper is hunting for that probe. And we did check the main base. Didn't quite find anything yet. We're rechecking the main. Once again, confirm that there is nothing here. And with that, the probe is safe. The probe has survived. For now. Meanwhile, we do have our Twilight Council across the map. Reaper once again moving out, checking the triangular third location. As the Reaper moves out, the probe is moving in. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, no! But the Reaper comes back home, and we do come across that probe. It's going to be hunted down, and what do we get to see? What do we scout? Oh, we do get eyes on everything, actually. We confirm the reactor on the racks. We confirm no additional Reapers. We confirm the CC on the high ground as well. As this time, we're not going Reaper Hellion. We're going into Mine Drop. Marines and Widow Mines on the way instead. So Cristiano, he knows not to over-prepare for a wall-off here. He knows to be more ready for drop play. Or has an inkling, is maybe a better way of putting it. Now setting up a full wall. I mean, to be fair, we did not see the Marines. Cristiano was not able to get eyes on the Marines, so wasn't fully aware if it was going to be Reactor to Reaper or not. Being taken, and here we go. The drop is upon us. We have 6 Marines. We have the Widow Mine as well. Moving out across the map, we have the Cyclone on the ground to support. We'll see what we can get done. Meanwhile, back at home, those are additional gateways. Okay, Cristiano, this time he's going to be committing into 4-gate blink. If you remember on Ghost River, he opened up 4-gate blink, but he cancelled 2 gateways. It was just for show, and he went into a more greedy economic build. He was punished for it. But this time he's committed. Oh, the drop is deflected. At the same time, Cyclone towards the natural. We do catch the Adept. Adept is going to go down. No shield battery, but we do have an extra warp in. Cristiano holds. Defends his natural, defends his main. Cristiano, ooh, catching the Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. You can see Baby Marine hunting for these Stalkers, and oh, won't quite get them. Blink about to finish up. Drop still being active. Cristiano unable to find it. Third base is on the way. Reaper does fall. Now with this 4-gate blink, we can be a little bit more assertive, but as you can see here, we already have the third on the way, and I believe we have not made a prism. Yes, there's no war prism. So a bit of a more defensive 4-gate blink here from Cristiano. He's moving out, yes, with these Stalkers, but he's not committing. Back at home, Forge is on the way. Bay is on the way for Colossus production. Looks like Cristiano just wanted to make sure that this time Baby Marine doesn't take a massive economic lead. And he doesn't. Cristiano is holding his own. Ooh, the Observer will barely escape. Really does get away. In the main base, we do have our 3-1-1 setup. Banshee does move out. Cloak is revealed. Cristiano, he's aware. Observers are on the way. Ooh, I mean, I say that. First Banshee across the map does get shut down as well. We do get 4 probes. Not bad. We're not quite done yet, but the Cloak is about to run out on this Banshee. 3, 2, 1, and it does go down in the end. 6 probes is good, but it did cost us 2 Banshees as they both went down. Oof. Not ideal. So this opener from Baby Marine didn't really pay for itself. The drop didn't do any damage. The Banshees, they traded, but we were hoping for more. That drop's still active. Coming back in. Observer does spot this. Cristiano's in position. We have the shield battery. We have the overcharge. Third CC's on the way, so Baby Marine working towards the mid game. Not going all in. So Baby Marine wants to break free. Oh, catching a Stalker, getting 2. 2 Stalkers go down, good pickoffs. Late reaction out of Cristiano. Kiting his way back. Oh! Almost losing another one of those Stalkers. Cristiano picks up another couple of Marines. Back at home, he's amassing an army. We have Colossus, we have Stalkers. Charge is done. Cristiano, he has what he needs to hold his own. Baby Marine instead going for the drop. Leaves his tanks exposed in the middle of the map, going for the Doom drop. Risky move, but only 3 Stalkers in position. Forces the entire army to respond. He managed to catch a pylon, but not much more than that. We get a second pylon. Oh, big mine. Oh my god, massive mine shots. 3 Stalkers go down. But at the same time, the tanks, they were caught out by the Zealots. Yeah, the tanks did fall. Job coming back in, catching another Stalker. Oof, we bleed out a full medevac. Ay, ay, ay. These have been some rough trades here from Baby Marine. Again, Cristiano showing us that as long as this early game is solid, then, I mean, he can have more than enough here to deal with Baby Marine. Can keep up, can shut him down. Singular drop coming back into the main, but Cristiano has had enough. He's pushing across the map. What do we have at home to defend? We have 0 tanks. We have a field of Widow Mines. There's potential with these Widow Mine connections. Drop comes in. We're getting a lot of probes. Probes being focused down. We force a recall. Ooh, the Disruptor gets recalled. This is going to be safe and sound. They'll survive. At the same time, they'll say slip into the natural. And SCVs go down. Drop back at home, forcing back the army. That was a big reaction from Cristiano. Was a big reaction, but he wants to push in. We can see it here. He's on 3 Colossus, 3 Disruptors. Cristiano takes a massive supply lead. And again, the minefield is nice and all, but we're baiting out the mine shots. Third mine as well. And Baby Marine, he just doesn't have enough to hold on. No, but not going to be going off. Good target firing out of Baby Marine. Nope. As it's being zoned further and further back. The base goes down. That's a kill on the CC. EMP is good, but GG gets called. He just does not have enough. Cristiano snowballs out of control and takes the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Cristiano as he advances on into the next round. My condolences to Baby Marine. He did play out a solid series though. He had his own moments, especially in game number 2. But here in game 3, Cristiano just played it out a little bit safer, kept up with all the drops, minimized his losses, and was able to shut him down. Congratulations here to Cristiano. As a reminder, it is double elimination. It is a double elimination bracket here. As we switch our scenes over, have a look at that bracket. Baby Marine still has a chance. Cristiano advances on and has an opponent ready and waiting for him. Before I get ahead of myself though, a big shout out to Marauder, or Marauder. Shaking my head. Yeah, Bobby God. Thank you so much, Marauder, for subscribing, resubscribing for 6 months, for half a year of support. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it here. Gracias, Bobby. Gracias. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy the emotes. As we're going to be following Cristiano into another PBT. We'll be following Cristiano, just messaging some players and making sure we don't get left behind. Let's reset things up. Beautiful. Okay, as a reminder, this is still going to be a best of 3. All matches are best of 3s, at least until the grand finals. And it looks like we have some other updates coming in as well. Let me just quickly move the bracket over. Okay, we have some updates. Nickracht did go up against Hormono, brought him down 2-1. Big win there by Nickracht. As a reminder, I believe that series was covered by Dave Testa. So if you are interested in that TBT or in the vote of that TBT, then Dave Testa has you covered. Congratulations to Nickracht. Meanwhile, Mana takes down Hydra 2-0 and does advance on into the second round as well, into that top 4, where Mana is waiting for a Protoss opponent. Whether it's Geralt or Middle VK, yet to be determined. Be one or the other. And Geralt is going to be coming in as the favorite player. Again, we have a lot of Polish Protoss representation here. We have Mana, we have Geralt, we have Christiana. Who will be the farthest to make it through here? Are we going to be able to avoid the PvP finals? I hope so. I'm hoping we can have something more diverse here, but we'll see. We'll see. As we have a Protoss confirmed at least to the upper bracket finals. For now, though, our players are just conducting their vetoes, getting things ready, getting things sorted out. Just setting things up. Playing versus Colossus Bio is so hard. I mean, it is difficult, but yeah, there were just some really unfortunate outcomes there for Baby Marine. Winding it back, if you remember, he did open up with an initial drop. The drop didn't do any damage. The Reaper Hellion didn't do any... Oh, sorry, there was no Reaper Hellion, but the drop did no damage. The follow-up Banshees were less than ideal as well. That was a big commitment. The Banshees, they weren't able to get too much done. And for those two tanks to be caught in the center of the map, it happened off-screen. We did mention it. But when we went for the Doom drop into the main base, we left our two tanks exposed, and they were cleaned up by the Zealots. So it was just a rocky game there from Baby Marine, but I'm hoping that if we have a rematch, we can make up for that and recover. Because it's a lower bracket, there is a big chance for a rematch as well. I want to believe. I want to believe. For now, though, I think we're going to be going on a short break. I believe Christiana and Nicorette are conducting their vetoes, and the vetoes are going to be a bit of a more... they're going to be a bit of a different process just because of the map pool that's available. We've added in a couple of weird maps, and I don't know if they're going to be played. I hope they are. I hope that we get some Jagannatha. I miss it dearly. I hope we get some Maganatha as well, but it comes down to our players and what they want. Looks like the vetoes are done, and game one is on Oceanborn. Okay, let's go. Light Premier Tournament cast debut in Dallas? I'm in. Kappa, puppy, Kappa. No, I'm not gonna be at Dallas. One day I'll travel for casting. One day. Duh. I have casted in front of a crowd before, to be fair. I casted at PAX Australia. Casted at PAX Australia. That was in Melbourne. That was... oh my god, when was that? 2022? I was back in 2022. Casted alongside Pig at PAX, which is a lot of fun. Was a lot of fun. That's all my like crowd casting experience though. Smooch. One day we'll do it again. One day. Here we go. Getting ready for our third series of the night. You can hear the beeps. We're loading into game one on Oceanborn. We're going in. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. He just took down a Baby Marine, but it was a 2-1 series. Did go the distance. We'll see if we can go further. It is Christiana. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicorette. He is the last remaining Terran player in the upper bracket. There's no more Zergs in the tournament, but I have to emphasize the upper bracket because the Hot Mono and Baby Marine, they're still active, they're still alive in the lower bracket. And I believe they're actually facing off. The Terrans, they're killing each other. Smooch, Poppy Smooch. Only one of the two can advance on. I wish them both the best of luck. But now though, we have our probe moving out across the map. Christiana just going to be trying to get some scouting information. Once again, double gas opener here from Nicorette. Now we have... oh, interesting. I was about to say that we have been seeing a lot of economic and greedy builds from Nickrat in this matchup. We've seen a lot of 3cc 3 racks, but a double gas opener is not really conducive to that kind of build. So we're not seeing it here, at least in game 1. No 3cc this time, as this should lead into a factory instead. Into our initial opener. Cristiano going for his gate expand into the Cybercore. Economic opener himself. And we'll see how aggressive Nickrat does want to be. Once again, Cristiano's goal here is to hide the probe. He's able to just hug the edge of the map, hiding here outside of the third. The initial Reaper from Nickrat should be trying to hunt it down. For now, it's routed across the map instead, and we are going into a second Reaper. Okay. And the Reaper moves out. The probe will survive. The first Reaper, what about the second? Nickrat getting his CC on location. After that factory. Reaper does reveal itself. And that should be the sign for Cristiano to go in. So far, the Adept able to keep up. We force back the Reaper. There's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Cristiano, and I believe Nickrat has not scouted. Yeah, he has not gone far enough into the main. Nickrat is in the dark. Second Reaper moves out. It's going to be double Reaper into our add-ons. Just 2 Reapers and 1 Hellion. The probe is going to be moving in. And we could even be a bit of a nuisance here on the low ground. And we go for the scout instead. We dip into the main base. We get into the main as well. We see everything. We confirm the add-ons. We confirm the production. That it is not going to be a 2-on-1 or a 3-1-1 variation with the delayed starport. We go for the dive. We get the Adept at least. We're going to get a probe. Not bad. Nickrat getting 2 probes across the map. Diving into the main as well. We get surrounded. Oh, the surround is real, and we lock down the Reapers. And once again, we don't get behind the mineral line. But we would have already seen a Skytoss unit by now. Nickrat forced to play safe, did make that first Cyclone. But now getting into his 1-1-1. Early game tank production to help against the Blink Stalkers. 3 more gates are on the way. Cristiano going 4-gate Blink. Let's go. 4-gate Blink out of our Protoss. A very aggressive build. Again, thankfully Nickrat is getting ready for that. As he moves out with his drop. A Bio Cyclone drop across the map. Headed for the main. Once again, just trying to secure our eyes on what kind of production we're working with. Bearing in mind that Nickrat, he missed the gateway explosion. He doesn't know how many gateways there are. Doesn't know how aggressive Cristiano is about to be. And that's why the scout is so important. He does see all the gateways. There we go. We have confirmation. We get eyes on every single gateway. 4-gate Blink is revealed. And we're getting a lot of damage done. 5 probes go down. And the shield battery. Not quite the shield battery, but at least the workers. We got 5 probe kills. Back at home, bunkers. Yeah, we need those bunkers immediately. We have a bunker on the low ground. We have a tank on the high ground. Nickrat responding drastically here to this. He scans. He confirms the warp-ins. Confirms the gateway. And we even have another bunker here on the high ground as well. Again, Nickrat taking this very seriously, and is it going to finish in time? Will it finish in time? As Cristiano, he's headed for the main. There is a defensive Banshee. No cloak. Ooh, we're up to 3 tanks. It's a massive tank count. And we're bypassing the main army. We're blinking into the main. There is 1 tank in position. Cristiano not able to commit. Splits up his army. Going for another warp in. Stalkers are revealed. We head towards the low ground, but again, we have tanks in position. Observer confirms. And Nickrat holds. Nickrat, he has held. Solid response so far. And back at home, Cristiano expands. So it looks like Cristiano, he identifies that he cannot break this position. He cannot break Nickrat. Got We go for a drop towards the mineral line, but it's expanding. We have the Bay on the way. That's going to be for Colossus. Stalkers, they can threaten the mineral line. Just barely out of range. We do get one SCV. Oh, boys are being pulled. One SCV goes down. We catch the Viking. Big overextension. Viking does fall. Despite sniping the Viking, I do like Nickrak's position overall. Again, Cristiano, he committed quite hard to this build. It's a 4-gate blink, and he didn't do enough. He killed a worker, and he killed a Viking. The third base is late. The tech is late. This is why Nickrak is up in supply right now, and soon is looking to break out. Just waiting for Stim. How many tanks are we on? 4. Jesus. 4 tanks. It's not going to be easy to stop this army once we move out. It's going to be easy. Drop comes in, gets a handful of probes. A handful of workers in the main. Nickrak, he does break free, doing this to establish his third. Long distance mining. Scan reveals saturation at the third base of Cristiano. Oh, the Sulker is going to go down. And here comes the push. Nickrak, he breaks free. Moving out across the map. Now, Cristiano does have eyes on this. He does slow it down. Picks off a couple of Marines. Nickrak pulls back. Cristiano getting his 4th. Shield batteries are on the way. He's getting ready for an eventual push here at the 3rd. Just in case. And Nickrak is not committing. I mean, the Zealot drop indicates that we were hoping we would. But Nickrak, no, he's chilling back at home. He's defending, working towards a 2nd starport into Viking production. And it looks like Nickrak, he's content just building up on 3 bases. Massing up an army. Ooh, big tank shots go off. And going for a later timing. Again, it's a very mature decision here from Nickrak. We'll see if it pays off. Ghost Academy's on the way. Going for an add-on swap, getting into those Vikings. Cristiano back at home, building up towards his own disruptor production. We're already at 3 Colossus, now we have a 2nd Robo. Disruptor production is going to be beginning for our Protoss. Is on the way. And we have ourselves a game. We're headed into the mid-game. Do love to see it. It was a pretty tense start to the game, but Nickrak did make it through. Ooh, snipes the Prism. Very nice catch. Prism goes down. 4 CC now on the way. Nickrak knows that he's even safer now. Drop is moving out, and we can force a cancel on this Nexus. We can and we will. Oh, ooh, that was a kill. That's 400 minerals down the drain. Aye, aye, aye. 500 even, as he also got the pylon. It's gonna cost us 2 medevacs, but getting a Nexus, pretty good pickoff nonetheless. As a good chunk of the Marines and Marauders are gonna be saved. Do we push? But now marauding around. Disruptor flank coming in. Novas do not connect. We have 1 Nova left. We graze the army. We get a Marauder. We get a Ghost. But not good enough. Cristiano falling back to his shield batteries. Nickrak doing the same. Falling back to his bases. Doesn't commit. Not yet. I mean, again, getting a kill on Nexus was a very nice start. From here, we can just retreat, back off, take a faster 4th. Both players are about to max out. We're keeping the Colossus back at home, only moving out with 3 Disruptors. Interesting. Cristiano doesn't want to lose too much if he does get surrounded. go. He commits across the map. Pushes on the right-hand side. The disruptors are exposed. We get one, we get two, we get three. All three disruptors go down. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, it could have been worse. We could have lost all of this as well, but that was a very nice catch from Nicaract once again. The disruptor count cut in half. Cristiano moving forward. Still has 3 disruptors. Let's push in. The EMPs. Vikings, they turn away the Colossus. As we bling on forward, now we're pulling back to the safety of the tanks. One tank goes down. We do get a Colossus. We got 2 actually. Only 1 survives. Up. Ooh. We get a handful of Marauders. Going in. Nice split there from Nicaract. Colossus goes down. The Vikings are kind of dead supply here. Ooh, a lot of Vikings going to be falling. The problem is that if the Viking count gets low enough, then we can go back into Colossus. Will it go that long though as you focus on every single disruptor once again? Not a single one connects! Oh my god! We catch all the disruptors. We force back the army. That was an insane trade there for Nicaract. An insane fight. Not a single Nova connected. Bjorn, is that you? But we did lose 18 SCVs. The mineral line is going to be crippled. But the main army stands strong, and Cristiano, he is in some trouble right now. He has 80 probes, but he needs time to rebuild. 2 disruptors at a time. We have a 3rd robo on the way. Cristiano needs time, and Nicaract should be the first to max. He's working on 3-3, working on more ghosts. Both players are licking their wounds. This army essentially resets. We mentioned before that if the Viking count gets low, that means we can go back into Colossus. But we do have 7 Vikings. They survived the initial fight. We have plenty of anti-air. This Colossus switch, not ideal. Here we go, Nicaract moving out once again. Let's not get eyes on the base. Scans the army. Doesn't check! No! Doesn't check the center left base. He's gonna get up and running uncontested. Nicaract rotating to the right. Gets eyes on the Zealots. Clean them up. Cristiano rotating over as well. He has rebuilt his Robo army. He can still take a fight. Still run back from behind. Goes off. Doesn't connect. We're gonna get a tank. Good pick off. Tank goes down. We bust into the mineral line as well. We force Nicaract back. Forced to retreat. Zealots are getting a lot of SCV kills. Here comes the main army. We have the high ground. We do outposition Nicaract. Nova goes off, zoning him away. The Zealots are cleaned up. Nicaract, he can focus on the fight. That's 1 ship weapons on the way. No Liberator production yet. I'm a little bit surprised. No Liberators in sight. So we rotate around. Nova goes off. Ooh. Does not quite connect. Good splits here from Nicaract. Oh my god. Well, as we finally get a good connection. Big connections here from Cristiano. Finally what he was looking for. Is fighting back. Go for the stim. Nova goes up. Novas, they do force the split. Zealots, they overwhelm the ground army, and sometimes 1 Nova is all it takes. We can shut down the Colossus. But what about the ground army? For the first time this game, Cristiano, he's able to take a decisive fight here. Thinning up so many of these Vikings. And now we're pushing. Cristiano, he's up 50 supply. Oh my god. Shows just how on a knife's edge a lot of these fights are. Here we go. We collapse on the main force. Zelt's going ham on the Marauders. Nova goes off. Big connection. What? Oh my god. Massive connections here. We're going for the Mineral Lion. 9 SCVs go down. The splits this time, they're not good enough. I mean, they were amazing up until this point. GG gets called and Cristiano takes game number 1. Oh my god. GG. Cristiano takes the first game, but a shout out to Nickrack because he was holding his own for so long in this game. It was impressive the amount of times that we saw Nickrack snipe disruptors and split beautifully against them. It wasn't until the tail end of this game where things very quickly escalated out of control. We went from one good Nova to another, and yeah, very quickly Cristiano was able to just take fight after fight and take the game. GG. GG, well played. And now we're getting into game number 2. Oh god! Ah! No! Here we go. We're getting into our next game, and oh my god, a massive shout out to Lambo in the chat. Papi God, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you're having a great time in the Shopify HQ, in the Shopify team house with everyone else, with Scarlet, with Harson, with Björn. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all preparing well for DreamHack Dallas. And welcome everyone, welcome to the Logic Games. This is the second edition of the Logic Games, number 2. It is an open tournament, open to all. And we're here in the upper bracket, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkion, we have our red Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle, leading the series 1-0. It is Cristiano. And in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrack. Down in this series where he did so well for himself in that first game. It was a wild back and forth. We saw so many good splits and just avoiding those Novas, sniping disruptors as well, catching Cristiano off guard. Unfortunately, you could definitely make an argument that maybe Nickrack was a little bit too passive. After winning some engagements, he would pull back and just recover and rebuild back at home. Was not really one to capitalize on some of these wins, and in the end, Cristiano did stabilize, and all it takes is a couple of good Novas, and things very quickly snowball out of control in favor of the Protoss. Meanwhile, we have a 2-Rax. We do have a 2-Rax. Hold on. Shout out to Lambo King. Thanks for the raid, Pappy. Here we go. We do see our probe moving out across the map. We don't quite get a full scout of the main. We're not fully aware of what's going on. Reapers are amassing. The probe is dipping in for confirmation. We did confirm that one of the gases was missing, so we're assuming there's a CC on the way, but we don't have the full picture. We're not fully aware of what's going on. And the Reapers, they're coming. The Reapers are coming. Back at home, Cristiano. Gate expand into the Cyber Core. First Adept is on the way. Twilight Council as well. Once again, going to be Blink as our tech of choice. Winding it back, if you remember, Game 1, or if you weren't here for it, Game 1 was 4-gate Blink from Cristiano. Didn't really do much of any damage. Nickrack did hold against it, did defend. Again, the early game was well in favor of the Terran, but Cristiano did recover. Did recover. We have our Reaper dipping in. Additional Reapers on the way. They're amassing at the Zelnaga. Oh my god, and we're following this up with a 3-Rax. Okay. You have my attention. It's going to be a 3-Rax follow-up. This is going to be a stim timing. Tech Lab is on the way to rush into stim. And it's going to be so important here for Cristiano to get a read on what's going on, to recognize the timing that is ahead of us. Reaper hits the natural. Gets a probe. Boys being pulled, no shield battery ready here on the low ground. Adept goes down. Oh, and And the workers, they are exposed. 2 probes fall, and we're not done. Not done yet. As more Reapers have arrived, Christianity has to give up on the low ground. He just was not ready for this, not expecting this kind of aggression. And we are denying mining here at the natural, pushing into the main, going for the stalkers. No shield battery in the main either. And we get 4 or 5 probe kills. We're gonna get 6. And we want the stalker. We want it, and we're gonna get it. Oh, the stalker goes down. We're down to 1. Sorry, down to 2. 2 stalkers remaining. We get 8 probe kills as well. 9 probes, 1 adept, 1 stalker. And eventually, Cristiano will hold. But this has paid for itself as we get another stalker and another. Oh my god. And now we're just going to be sacking those Reapers. Getting as many probes as we can while we can. Getting a full scout behind this. We do have 2 gateways on the high ground. Nothing on the low ground. The Reaper does get cleaned up. It's 2-gate blink, but alas, our economy not looking too hot into 1-2 punch. We're building up those Marines and Marauders. We're getting ready for the stim timing. We are getting ready. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, we're getting up towards a 3-1-1. I assumed that we would just be working towards stim, but no, stim is going to be delayed. Just now starting up. Necrack just building up his Marauders, his Marines. Going for the add-on swap here for those medevacs. And Cristiano, he has a lot of catching up to do here. Getting a 3rd and focusing on probing. And it was 12 probe kills in total. It's insane. We don't quite have stim, so we can't dive on this army. Not yet. Cristiano is forced back. Sets the waters, sees all these Marauders. Behind this, going into early Immortal production just to be safe. Yeah, we have a massive amount of shield batteries on the way. We have 2 at the 3rd and 1 at the natural. Cristiano terrified of what he's seeing. And knows that it's not going to be easy to survive. Scan reveals all those shield batteries in the 3rd base location. Reveals the Immortal as well. And how does Necrack approach this? Do we go for drop play? Do we commit with the push? Do we expand and take a 3rd? And there's that expansion. 3rd base is on the way. I mean, Necrack doesn't have to try to kill Cristiano. He doesn't have to commit. He's not going to. Yeah, 2 more Raxes on the way. We're going to be expanding. Necrack is moving out with his army to see what he can find. Maybe a stray Stalker. Could potentially collapse on the Robo. The army is spotted. Cristiano does respond. Necrack going for the stim, diving in the army. Going for the Robo. And we do deny. We shut it down. Colossus will not spawn in. Will not complete. And we're not done, by the way. We have another stim in us. We clean up all the zealots. We're going for the Immortal. Up! And we do catch it. Immortal goes down. We're out of range of the shield batteries. No overcharge either. Doesn't come into play. And Necrack, he's content. He backs off. Caught an Immortal. Got the Robo. Behind this, we have 2 more Robos on the way to make up for that. To get into his Colossus production. But Cristiano's army, it's lacking. It's barely standing here. We have 2 Zealots and a handful of Stalkers. And here comes the push. Here comes the main army, finally, for Necrack. And there's just nothing to stop him. No more Robo units. We dive on in. We have the overcharge at least. But we can focus on the Robo for a 2nd time. Focus on the shield battery as well. And Cristiano, he just cannot fight this. Not head on. Not anymore. As we're snowballing out of control, the boys are being pulled. Zealots get warped in. GG. Necrack ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. Again, a very sneaky move early on for Necrack to hide the 2nd Rax to make it look like he was expanding. That is why Cristiano was so underprepared. There was no shield battery. We were lacking gateway units as well. Cristiano, he assumed that he could cut corners, that he could be focusing on his economy. He was not ready for the Mass Reaper. He was caught with his pants down, and with that, we're going to game 3. Let's go. Headed into that third game. And it all ends here. It all ends on side Delta. This could go either way. Now, as a reminder, regardless of who wins and who loses, neither player is eliminated because this tournament is double elimination. There is a lower bracket. So there is a bit of a safety net here underneath these two players. So whether you're a fan of one or the other, no tears yet, as they will both continue their run in the tournament. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have our red Polish Protoss player, representing Starlight Twinkle, being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Cristiano. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. Tying up the series 1-1, forcing game 3. Can he take it all? It is Nicaract. Let's go. Oh, let us go. Now this time I'm sure Cristiano is going to be a little bit more adept at scouting. He's going to make sure he doesn't get bamboozled or caught off guard again for a second time. We can see here Nicaract going for a single gas opener, so this is going to be a Rax into a faster expansion, into a command center. This could be the beginning of 3cc. Of 3cc into 3 racks. I mentioned before that it has been a very trendy build in the TVP matchup, and Nicaract has been very fond of 3cc openers, so I'm curious if we're finally going to see it this series, as we have been avoiding it for quite some time. There's that command center on the low ground. It is going to be delayed momentarily here, forcing out a second SCV. Cristiano being as annoying as possible, and ooh, it can only be delayed for so long, only for a second or two. Command center has been thrown down, and my eyes are peeled for that third command center. Again, if you've been watching Nicaract recently, you would know that he's been very fond of it himself, but we'll see. We shall see where things take us, where he leads us. Reaper moves out across the map. Some scouting information at the safety bunker on the low ground. Minerals are amassing. Show us what you got. Going for our add-ons, going for the reactor. Still want gas. I'm feeling the third CC, and Nicaract, he's going for it. It's going to be 3cc. Get, huh. There it is. It is going to be the 3cc build that we did mention. Again, Nicaract has been very fond of it, and I mean, this is a pretty good map to do it on. It's quite defendable, quite secure. Reed is seen more often here on side Delta. The Reaper will get eyes on the tech. It's going to be the Twilight Council opener from our red Protoss. So Nicaract is aware. Heads into the natural, gets a probe. Gets a probe and a scout before going down. And back at home, this should be 3cc into 3 racks. And there it is. There's the third racks as well. Now, this is a really interesting build. Oh my god, this was... Oh wait, yeah, there we go. Second and third racks. I just assumed this was the third one already. For a moment there, I was like, are we going with the 4 racks? He's crazy. So 3cc, 3 racks. This has been a very interesting build to see develop over these past couple of months. I haven't seen it punished too often, I'll be honest. At least on some of these larger maps, it's been difficult to punish here. We've seen some 4-gate Blinkstalker builds have some success, we've seen others have some failures, and we can see here that it's going to be 2-gate Blink into a third. So, economic opener at a Cristiano. Nicaract will he won't be punished. He won't be punished for this build, should be able to get away with it. And the way this works is this is going to be building up towards a stim timing. Going to be building up towards that 3-rack stim timing, but we're going to have a third base behind it, so a stronger economy to fall back on. Cristiano is still piecing it together. I mean, he's seen the massive amount of Marines, but it still could be a 2-1-1. It could be straight up 3 racks. Cristiano is still in the dark. The observers will help with that. Will help as the observer moves out. Second observer has arrived as well. Again, Cristiano just playing very safe. And he's moving out just for some map control, just have some kind of presence here to get eyes on any fast third, any move out, any drop play. And with the help of this observer, we should piece it all together. As Cristiano is working towards his forge and Bay, and the Bay for the Colossus production. Scan reveals a third, so Nickrack knows that it was a 2-gate blink into an expansion. Is aware of the economic build of the Protoss player as well. Cristiano dove in, saw the third TC, saw the additional Raxes, saw enough. So Cristiano is fully aware of the build. And Stim is about to finish. Here comes the first push, the first wave. Now, bearing in mind, the downside of this first attack here from Nickrack, or this first army, is that there are no medevacs, so every Stim hurts. Every Stim does hurt. We have to be careful with how and when we use them. The army pushes forward. Third base being taken. We do catch a Stalker already. Not a bad start. Cristiano slipping up in his control. As there we go. We stim with half the army. The other half, we do hold on. As we catch another Stalker. Oh. And Nickrack should be shuffling his army. There we go. He pulls back with the weakened army, moves forward with the others. Colossus revealed. We stim on in. And we do catch a Colossus. Massive catch there from Nickrack. He catches the rest of the army as well. We have the overcharge, but it's too little too late. The overcharge is going to be going down. The shield battery as well. Boys are being pulled. And Nickrack, has he done it? With our 3 racks timing here. The army crumbles before the bio. The third base is going to go down. This is a massive pickoff. This should not have happened. The Colossus was caught out of the open. As we have one more stim. And we're going to clean up the rest of these probes. Ay. Remember, this was not designed to kill. We have a third base. A third base fully operational. We're building up towards medevacs, towards our 5-rack setup. And Cristiano, yeah, there's just no way out of this. GG gets called. That's a game-ending amount of damage, and Nickrack will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the upper bracket finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Nickrack. Again, this build has been, I mean, he's been quite fond of it. He's been quite fond of this build. It's been quite prevalent here. Throughout the scene, throughout StarCraft these past couple of months. And yeah, it was just a little bit unfortunate for Cristiano. I mean, he scouted, he knew what was coming his way, he was slowing it down, but the execution from Nickrack was a little bit too good, and Cristiano just caught out in the open with that Colossus. That was the nail in the coffin, really. For the Colossus to be caught in between the bases, out of range of the shield battery, out of range of the overcharge, exposed, just exposed even in front of the army. That was brutal. GG, well played. Congratulations to Nickrack. My condolences to Cristiano, as Nickrack will advance on, and Cristiano gets knocked down to the lower brackets. And it looks like we have some updates. Does look like we have some updates here. Let me quickly just double check. Here we go. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. We do have some updates. We do have some updates here. From the top, we have, there you go, Nickrack advancing on over Cristiano. Meanwhile, Geralt is mid-series versus Mana in a PvP. Oh my god. Again, that could go either way. Again, Geralt and Mana, some of the stronger Protoss players out there in Poland, in Europe even. So I wish them both the best of luck. It is going to be a Protoss versus Terran upper bracket finals match. We'll see who is able to face off against Nickrat. Scrolling down, we have some walkovers. Unfortunately, looks like Homono got the walkover over Baby Marine. Looks like Middle VK got the walkover over Hydra. So Middle advances on, Homono advances on. And we have Christiana versus Middle VK in the lower half of the bracket. Likewise, we have Homono waiting for either Mana or Geralt. And we just got an update. We just got an update here. Mana versus Geralt has concluded. Here. It looks like it has concluded. We just got an update. It's my apologies. I was just talking to Geralt. I was just asking for an update. So it looks like Geralt, he takes down Mana 2-1. Geralt advances on into the upper bracket finals. Geralt advances on to the upper bracket finals, and it's going to be Nickrat versus Geralt to determine who makes it into those grand finals. And that means that Mana gets knocked down to face off against Honmono in the lower bracket instead. Oh boy. Big result coming in there again. I do rate Geralt quite highly here just because he's been on the rise for so long. It's pretty hard to call between Geralt and Mana. They go back and forth, I feel. They go back and forth in series, and I'm glad to hear that they went all the way to the ace match. You know, Geralt brings down Mana, but I'm sure another time in another series, then Mana can get his revenge as well. Congratulations to Geralt, claiming that #1 Protoss spot in Poland. For now. For tonight. Does claim it for tonight. As it looks like I need to figure out where we're headed. Un momento. Okay, so I think we're gonna go on a break. I believe Geralt is asking for a moment. I believe Geralt is asking for a break here before we get into his series, so it looks like we might have to wait a little bit here for that to kick in, which means I might jump onto another series. Okay. Hold on. Okay, so it looks like Christiana versus Middle VK is about to begin. I can jump into that series, but I'm very quickly going to try to catch Mana versus Honmono. I might be too late. Oh, God. Okay. I got you. We're good. Here we go. So again, Geralt versus Nickrat, it's going to be put on hold for a moment. And that means we're going to be heading over to the lower half of the brackets. We're going to be covering Mana versus Honmono in a best of 3. Here we go. I just need some time to set that up. And we're diving on in and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of side Delta. We have our blue Polish Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Now here in the lower bracket, this is an elimination match. Who will be leaving us here and who will be advancing on into the next round? We have Mana for Team Liquid. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player, the South Korean Terran living in the land of Japan, representing Team Hyper 1. It is Honmono. So again, I do apologize for being a little bit distracted. I was just messaging a bunch of players trying to figure out what was going on. If you want to follow Cristiano versus Middle VK is happening over on Dave Tessa's stream. We are covering Honmono versus Mana, and Nickrat versus Geralt is being delayed. If you're curious, I'm okay being transparent. The reason why Nickrat versus Geralt is being delayed is because Geralt is playing in a Team League match. Apparently there's like a Team League match that he's playing in. I think it's for... Actually, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure if it's something like the Rakshir Team League or Krapulu Team League or one of the other team leagues out there. But he does have a match he has to play, and we are more than happy to accommodate. Like, he can play out his match, that's all good, it's all fine. We have other games to cast. So as their series is on hold, we dive into our lower bracket match instead. In the chat, The Witcher 1 versus The Wizard. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, back at home, we do see Honmono opening up with a Rax Expand. He does hide his build, by the way, with the initial Marine, with the Warlock as well. Mana is in the dark as to what Honmono is up to. We can see it's an economic opener, but Mana is unaware. Now, I'm actually not familiar with Mana's familiarity with Honmono. What I mean by that is Honmono is an animal. Honmono is a very aggressive player. We have seen him go for many all-ins against Protoss. He does nothing but all-in, nothing but cheese against Protoss players. And I don't know if Mana's aware. I don't know if Mana is familiar. Ooh, Stargate opener. Stargate opener out of Mana. This should be for a Phoenix-based opener, and Phoenixes, they don't do too well against all-ins. They can pick away at tanks, sure, they can help crowd control, but when you pull the boys, Phoenixes, they don't do too much. Here we go. We're following this up with a 2-on-1 variation. Second Rax before the factory. Adept threatens a shade. Adept does threaten a shade. So far, no, we do not allow it into the main. Starport follow-up here from Honmono. You have the Tech Lab on the Rax. I believe this is for fast stim. Yeah, we're not going for the add-on swap. Likewise, Reactor on the factory. This is actually a 2-on-1. Okay. We're settling into a 2-on-1. I'm curious if we're going to be switching the factory with the Starport for medevac production. Stim is now on the way as we speak. And Mana with that initial Phoenix is going to be able to dip into the main base, get a full scout, and get confirmation of the production. There's that add-on swap. Marines are piling up, building up here at the natural. Mana behind this. Not committing too hard here to Phoenixes, which I do appreciate. It's only going to be 2 Phoenixes for Mana. From here, we're working towards a safety Robo. Into, I imagine, safety Immortal before Colossus production. Phoenixes, they do confirm them as Bio Army. And we do manage to catch an SCV. But again, if Mana had continued Phoenix production, then I would be concerned for him. But with this Robo, with this Bay follow-up, we're working towards a Colossus. Again, we should be getting a safety Immortal momentarily as well. But we're not quite investing into it. Okay. Here comes our first double drop. Phoenixes, they recall back home. They catch a mule. Mana racing back. Hoping to catch that drop. It looks like he will. Just in time. The medevac drop is going to be denied. The Bay is done. Colossus production about to commence. Mana rotating over towards that natural. We have 1 Stalker. We have a shield battery. We have an overcharge. We have 4 Adepts. And we stim in. We focus down the shield battery. Medevacs are going to be going down, but we clean up the rest of the ground army. Yeah, we get the Phoenixes. We focus down the Adepts one after the other. But can we get the workers? Can we get those probes? Boys are being pulled. Good start of stepping so far, but we're down to 3 Marines, and we do clean this up. We barely shut down the bio, but here comes the second wave. There's not much here, though. It's a tank and a handful of Marines. An ambitious move here by Homeowner. Yeah, we lift up the tank. The boys are pulled. We clean up the Marines. And Homeowner does overextend. And he loses everything here at the natural. But he's not done. We're still pushing. Remember when I said earlier about how he's a very cheesy player? It's a 2-base all-in. This is a 2-base all-in. The army has been spotted by the Observer. Mana's fully aware. Shield battery is being rebuilt. We have a Colossus on the way. And with the arrival of this Colossus, that's going to be the end of the push. The end of the aggression. And Homeowner, he turns back around. Realizes that he just doesn't have enough momentum. Not anymore. He has to pull back. Now the answer becomes, or the question becomes, do we expand? Should be no. We throw down 2 more Raxes. Getting into Viking production. Tanks as well. Yeah, Homeowner is building up for the second wave. Is turtling up here and massing up a death bull of an army. Mana back at home, building up his Colossus. We've already got 1, soon to be 2. That's all we need. It's going to be all we need here. Mono is being contained. Getting that third base still on the way. Pieces, making sure that there is no drop play, there is no move out. We're on 6 Phoenixes. As we head for the mineral line as well. SCV is going to be going down. Catch 3. But we get a Viking. Oh, we barely do. Viking falls as well. Homeowner still has that supply lead. And he will catch some of these Phoenixes. Oh. Not quite. They will all escape. They barely get away. And we're up to 3 Colossus. I'm not so sure about this. I mean, the tank count is quite high, and we should be pulling the boys with this. We move out with our Marines, the Marauders. Tanks have arrived. Colossus spotted. Here come another line of Marines. I just assumed it was SCVs with the line on the minimap, but no, we're not pulling the boys with this. How many tanks? 5 tanks in total. The rocks are knocked down. But Mana has the high ground. He's ready. Massive Colossus swipes on the Marines. Shield batteries are thrown down. The army just cannot push in. There we go. We pull a couple of boys. I was waiting for it. Only a couple though. Not too many. Tanks are sieging up. We cover the area in between the bases. We're headed for that natural. Phoenixes, they do catch reinforcements. Zelts as well. Charge isn't quite done. We depower the Robo. But we still have 3 Colossus. Still have the 3. As Phoenixes, they just pick off more Marines, more Marauders. The Robo is killed. Charge does complete. And can Homeowner pull this off? We have a wall of eBays. Go for the scan. Colossus are spotted. We go for the dive. The tanks, they are lifted one after the other. The Bio Army stimming on forward as well. And can we get on top of the tanks in time? It looks like we cannot. We clean up all the Phoenixes. We clean up the Zealots. Homeowner, he's doing it. He does hold on to this position. He cleaned up every single Phoenix. The probes are saved. Recalled over. Ooh, full saturation at the 3rd. Vikings can be a little bit more assertive here against a Colossus. Once again, Charge's catching reinforcements. Drop is pushing in. Bio Army pushing in. Oh, we need to keep going. We cannot just take our time here. As Mana still has the better economy. Clean up what little is left here at the natural. Tanks, they do move forward. And we hold onto the ramp. We're pushing into the main base. There are a handful of Zealots waiting for him. And we go for the tank. Still, it's exposed. 1 tank goes down. A 2nd tank, a 3rd tank as well. We go for the full surround. But the Vikings, they shut down the Colossus. 2 Colossus do remain. The overcharge barely keeps them alive. The army is heavily overstimmed. We go for the main base. Depower the gateways. The Vikings, can they get the Colossus? It's close. Can they get one? No, they cannot. The Colossus live. And the army is so low. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, the army forced to pick up, forced to get the hell out of here. He wants those Colossus so badly, but he can't get them. Oof. Homeowner gets away. Gateways are repowered. Zealots are warped in. Phoenixes are being rebuilt as well. And Homeowner, he's turning back around. He's coming back home. I mean, he did kill the natural, he killed the robo. But there's still 2 Colossus left alive. The backbone of Mana's army still standing strong. Now, Homeowner can always lift his main. He can lift his main, land that as a fresh third. Can still maintain himself. But Mana is recovering, working towards Storm. Oh, that is brutal. Storm on the way. And here it comes. The second push, the second all-in. Boys are being pulled. And this time we're committed. Even more. I mean, we were committed last time, but you know what I mean. This time we pull the boys. Storm is halfway done. If Storm finishes, that's going to be the end. That's going to be the end of this all-in, the end of the Terran. Homeowner does have the army supply lead, but pushing into an overcharge not going to be easy. The commit. Avoiding the army, headed for the natural. Pushing up the ramp. Storm is going to finish. It's a couple of seconds off. We denied the natural. Pushing into the main. Marines rallying into the army. And how many high tempo? We have 4 storms. Oh my god. We have 4 storms available. And here they come. The storms are coming in. Massive storm on top of the bio. Oh my god, we just cleaned it up. 1 Colossus finally goes down. We come in from behind, but we cannot get the other. We barely can. We get both Colossus, but we don't care anymore. We have Storm. Drop comes in. Zealots say chase down the drop, chase down the Marines. We drop onto the other side of the wall. The Bio Army rallying into its death. And Mana's held. I mean, it was a pretty clutch push. I mean, for a moment there, I believed in Honmono. But Mana's holding. He's shutting this down. He's hunting down the drops, looking for them. 1 storm will be enough to clean this up. Oh, it's time to pull the boys again. No, never mind. It's time to land our main. To lift up and land our main base to maintain ourselves. Drop comes back in. We're looking to force a cancel on the expansion. On the Nexus. Up! Up! Oh, God, we barely get the cancel. Medivacs to get the hell out of here. Trying to at least. The Homeowner is still 2 base all in, technically. Gets a fresh mining base. Goes to the Mule Hammer. The problem here is that for the first time in a long time, Mana is now up in supply. Mana is good as Colossus, Storms, Stalkers, Chargelots. Doesn't have Blink, but I think he needs it. Again, it was an impressive all-in from Homeowner, but it's just not going to be enough. Storms are being thrown down, forcing back the army, forcing the splits. The boys are being pulled for the final time. Defensively instead. And the Protoss, it's just too much. As Mana has broken the forward base. The economy is non-existent here for Honmono. GG gets called and Mana takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. That was game 1, by the way. We have more games to come here. Oh, a very intense game on site Delta. Honmono, his initial all-in, or his initial push, I should say, was less than ideal. I mean, it did get a kill on the Robo and did delay production, but alas, Mana was able to hold on. We did see Honmono overextend initially, throwing away another tank. That second wave, the second all-in, almost worked. It was really amazing to see Honmono wedge himself in between the natural and the third base. When Mana committed with his Phoenixes, it was not enough to break that siege line. But Honmono, time was working against him, and it took a little bit too long to break into the main base and to start camping the production. Just took far too long in the end. And with that, Mana takes the lead. And now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Now, if you're curious, does Honmono ever take a third CC? The answer is yes, in other matchups. If you ever want to see Hon macro, we can see Hon macro against Zerg players, against Terran players, but never against Protoss. Or it's very rare, I should say. It's very rare to see Hon macro against Protoss. Usually we see Hon ape. We see Let's go. We see Hung Mono Barbie. That's what we see. But spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our pink... Oh, sorry, not a pink. Our blue Polish Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. Being introduced to his opponent and surviving the nonsense that was occurring, we have Mana. Leading the series 1-0. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the pink Terran player from South Korea, living the land of Japan, representing Team Hyper 1. It is Honmono. Let's go. Oh my, and we are opening up 2x Reaper. Okay, again, Honmono, he is hyper aggressive against Protoss. He avoids macro play against Protoss players at all costs. Did I say 2x Reaper? My apologies, there are no gases and we're taking a third Rax. We're crazy. Okay, so we're building up Marines. It's gonna be 3 Rax, I imagine a 4th Rax. I imagine we're gonna be throwing down a 4th Rax behind this for Mass Marine. Waiting a little bit longer, show us the 4th Rax. There it is. It's gonna be 4 Rax Mass Marine, and we're gonna pull the boys with this as well. This is an as all-in as all-in gets. It's a 1-base all-in here from Honmono. It's very rare. Mana has not seen anything, really. We've seen the initial Rax and the full wall, but this is the same thing that we saw in Game 1. This is the exact same setup that we saw on site Delta. Mana's in the dark, Marine pops out, forces back the probe. And the goal here is that we're building up Marine. It's Mass Marine, we're building up a couple of waves here before pushing, and then we pull the boys. You pull the boys behind this, it's all or nothing. We have seen Honmono take down some big Protoss names in the past with this. Is Mana going to be one of them? Are we going to add Mana to the list here, to the kill count of Honmono? For now, you can see he's fanning out his Marines, hunting down and making sure he denies any kind of probe scout. Very important that we deny scouting as much as we can. It is very important. Again, like, knowing is half the battle, and if Mana can figure out what's going on, then he can throw down shield batteries, he can pull back from his natural, he can defend his main. We can focus on warp-ins and preserving those units. First Adept moves out. See, it's out of Hon Monkey, yeah, exactly. We catch a First Adept. Nice movement, but the Marines have been spotted. And now we know. Now we're getting ready. Shield battery in the main base. Second shield battery as well. We cancel the Twilight Council. We throw down the second gateway. Big reaction on Mana. Massive reaction here out of our Protoss player. The boys have been pulled. It's all or nothing. One way or another, the game is about to end. Either Honmono kills Mana or he dies trying. Let's go. It all comes down to this. Pylon going to be shut down. The boys have been revealed. So far, the Marines, they do hold strong. Shield batteries, they finish up just in time. And here we go, the boys are being pulled. We have some boy action. The workers, they don't engage. Shield batteries, they're putting in a lot of work. We keep the Stalkers alive. We do barely keep the Stalker alive. A lot of probes did fall. No mining whatsoever. We have another Stalker in production. There is no overcharge, there's not enough energy. We're hunting down workers. Again, we're just trying to buy time for that overcharge. We collapse here on that sentry. Overcharge is pop, but doesn't matter. Do we have enough DPS? The Stalker, it's going down. We DPS right through the overcharge. It doesn't. It's not enough. Or is it? We have another Stalker. And now another. 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers are up and running. We focus on the probes. Overcharge runs out, but we're down to 5 Marines. Down to 4. Down to 3. Down to 2. 2 Marines left. 1, 0. We clean everything up. We've held. We have held. Homeowner, he has 11 SCVs left. Technically, Homeowner does have the better economy. That is 12 SCVs. 12 SCVs to 6 probes from Mana. But Mana has 2 Nexus. Mana has 2 bases. He can make 2 probes at a time. Mana can catch up. At the same time, Homeowner does have mules. And we're expanding. We are expanding. We're settling into a longer game. Okay. It's time to macro. You know what? I wanted to macro anyway. It's fine. We do have our CC on the way, working towards our tech lab for Stim. Meanwhile, Mana has to start from scratch. Rebuilding that probe count up to 8 so far. Again, building 2 at a time with Chrono Boost as well. Mana is catching up. As we get across the map, we do have a bunker. We do have a bunker on location, so we cannot push in. We cannot threaten the bases. We're going for Concussive Shell first. Interesting. Rushing into Marauders. Double expanding! For the first time in a long time, that is a 3rd CC. This is what it takes. This is what it takes. If you want to see a 3rd base in a TVP from Honmono, first we need to go for an all-in that fails quite hard, and we need to be down to like 11 SCVs or 12 SCVs. Then he'll take a 3rd. This is what it takes. Let's go. We're macroing. Watch this become like a 20-minute game. It's gonna happen. We're just gonna stabilize, get into our 3 base versus 3 base. Let's go. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. For all animals. As Homeowner's going to be expanding, taking his natural. Marauders, they catch a Stalker with Concussive Shell. Very nicely done. Stalker goes down. Homeowner's expanding. Now, Mana has been able to recover. We're up to 23 probes. Homeowner keeping up with that worker counts. With mules, now we can make 3 SCVs at a time. We have triple mule production as well. Now we're settling in. See in the chat. He should have gone down the battery directly. I agree. When it came to trying to focus on the Stalker, it probably would have been faster to focus on the overcharged shield battery and then the Stalker afterwards. It's hard to say. I mean, it's a hard call to make in the moment. Definitely. It is a hard call to make. As now we're working towards Stim, combat shields. Still have our 4-rack setup. Safety turret here. We scan the main base. We get eyes on the tech. It's going to be a robo opener and a Mana. Fun fact, again, because of all the damage that was dealt, there's still no Twilight Council, there's no Stargate, there's no Blink, no Charge, no nothing. It's a robo opener. What does this mean? This is a very safe opener out of Mana. With a fast robo, you can go into a safety immortal in case you're being all in, and you can go into a safety, or sorry, you can follow it up with a robotic spade into Colossus production. Again, to build up that Colossus count to be defensive back at home. Speaking of, there it is. There's the bait. Safety immortal and the robotic spade into Colossus production. Mana's going to be chilling here on 2 bases and should be working towards a 3rd. So yeah, we're calming down. We're backing up. We're expanding. Hallucination Scout confirms a 3rd base. Mana did spot it. Homeowner working on the starport. And yeah, we're in. As Homeowner gets a 3rd, Mana shouldn't be too far behind with his own. SCV Scout comes in. Nexus is delayed for a moment here. as we're getting our Extended Thermal Lance and Colossus production. There we go, first Colossus on the way. There's the third base, so 3 base versus 3 base. We're headed for the mid game. It's happening. Let's go. It is happening. You can see all of our add-on swaps underway. 5 rack setup on 3 bases is perfectly fine. Can't sustain ourselves. Ghost Academy's on the way. This is a little bit earlier here. I would expect the Ghost Academy to be a little bit later, so we're rushing into early Ghosts before Vikings. I mean, I say rushing, we're at the 9-minute mark. I mean, it's been a really weird game. The game state is in flux, definitely. Scan reveals the third, confirms the third base, confirms the Colossus production as well. Now Homeowner should be aware to get into Vikings and maybe even a second starport at this point. To work towards a Viking Ghost. The Observer does have eyes on the army, and Mana does spot the move out. Mana fully aware and should be getting ready. If there's the warp in, there's a second shield battery at the third. We have sentries, we have force fields. But this army is still very bare bones. Can Homeowner pull this off? Can we break through? I mean, we have those EMPs. He's up against 2 Colossus. Can he take the fight? We do connect with the Stalkers. Solid EMP. Checking for the 4th base. Confirm there's nothing there. Shield battery's out of energy. And we go for the stim. Yeah, we stim on forward. Force fields are thrown down. Overcharge is bombed as well. And with the help of the overcharge, can we break through? Can we keep the Colossus alive? We cannot. The Marauders, they collapse on top of the Colossus. 1 goes down. The second is all just barely, just in time. And Homeowner doesn't have enough to keep pushing. A better trade here for Homeowner, sniping both Colossus. And 7 probes. And that's an Artosis Pylon. It's gonna go down. Oh my god. Just barely. Denies the 3rd Colossus. Boys are being pulled. And Homeowner takes the lead. This isn't going to be enough to kill, but it is enough to cripple. As that's 12 more probes going down, and we're not done! We're not done. We catch another Stalker. We get 14 probe kills. 15, 16! The juggling! EMP connects, and finally we repower the robo. We clean this up. 16 workers full. Alongside 2 Colossus, Stalkers, Sentries. And back at home, Homeowner, he's chilling. He's up on bases. He's on 4 CC. He's on 62 workers. And he has another army. He's ready to go again. Rebuilding those Vikings, or now building Vikings, rebuilding those Ghosts. Again, that fast Ghost Academy did pay off there. Did allow Homeowner to break Mana the way that he did. Now Mana, he's stuck. Recovering, reprobing. Back into Colossus. Homeowner has momentum on his side. And in a way, for the first time this series, Mana has pressure on him to get damage done. There's now pressure on Mana. The catch! The surround here. We collapse on top of these Stalkers. 3 Stalkers go down. Sorry, 4 Stalkers went down. Very nicely done. Very nice positioning there from Homeowner. You can see the ghost count getting back up. Vikings in the mix. We scan, we confirm there is no 4th. We double scan just to make sure. And Homeowner, upon seeing no 4th Nexus, has to be feeling pretty good about his position, because Homeowner is not just on 4 bases, we have a 5th on location. And Mana's aware with the pylon. Mana is aware. But the problem is that what can Mana do? The answer is pray. The answer is, when behind, how do we bounce back? How do we catch back up with disruptors? If we can connect with a couple of good Novas, then Mana can recover. But we are heavily reliant on these disruptors, on these purification Novas. It's not going to be easy here, as Homeowner, he's up 40 supply. Here we go, moving on with everything we have. I mean, even with some juicy connections, it's not going to be... I don't know if it's going to be enough. We have to try. Rotating over towards the 4th. Dealing with the EMP. Base is going to be going down. Stalkers, they try to pick up whatever they can, but they don't get anything yet. Disruptors are moving forward. Show us the Novas. We shoot out 2 of them and they do not connect. Mana was premature there, but we have 2 left. 2 Novas behind this. So good. The army does sit forward. Nova goes off. Up! Big connection! Good start! The force fields is what we slow down the push. Very nice start there from Mana. That was the beginning, but that's still not enough. We need to do that again. If we can repeat that a couple of times, then we're good. Then we're going to be okay. We're going to be able to stabilize. Until then, Homeowner is still sharking around, and he's still denying the 4th. That is Homeowner's win condition. Homeowner doesn't have to kill the Protoss right here and now. Just deny the 4th over and over again. Contain and starve Mana out. Never going off. How many disruptors? We have 6 disruptors, so we have 5 shots left. 5 shots remaining. Oh, we're getting cornered. There's no way out. The Novas, they will connect. Big connections on the army. Oh my god! Massive connections. Homeowner overextending. Trying to come in from behind. This was the ideal fight for Mana, though. Now we're down to a handful of ghosts, a handful of marauders. Despite that, Homeowner, he still takes the fight. Despite those insane purification Novas, that just goes to show how far ahead Homeowner is. And he's still outproducing his opponent. He's still on 5 bases. Now getting a 6th base on location. Mana making Homeowner work for it. Those are the juiciest Novas available. Possible even. Mana making a game out of this, but once again cannot expand. Cannot take a 4th. And freedom has arrived. We have liberation. The zones have been thrown down. We scan once again. We're looking for another base. We can see Homeowner taking more bases, engulfing the entire map here in Terran. Mana catching at the army. Oh my god. Getting the connections he's looking for. Mana now expanding on the left-hand side. Forced to. Now, the reason why we haven't been expanding here is because the space is so exposed. It's so exposed. It's so out in the open. But Mana, he's desperate. Is double expanding. Once again, coming in from behind. Catches a Liberator. Nova goes off. Big connection on those Marauders. Up! Oh my god, once again, we take down a good chunk of Marines. We get a Ghost. Mana rotating around. The base is denied. Nitro going off. These Liberation Zones are looking insane. As Homeowner taking a couple too many Novas to the face. Mana, he can handle his balls back. It's crazy. They just keep connecting. Ay, ay, ay. And you can see the supplies evening up. Remember, there was a time when Homeowner was up 40 army supply, now only up 20. But there's no real answer for these Liberators. As long as we're in position, we can bully back the ground army. One Liberator goes down. Mana keeping up. Nova buying some time. Zoning Homeowner away. You can see Homeowner, he's gaining ground here with these Liberation Zones. Liberators, they do hold. And Mana, he just can't expand. Once again, the 4th base is going to go down. There's no saving this. There's no pushing into these Liberation Zones. It's not going to happen. The Nexus falls. Mana desperately trying to expand on the right-hand side, throwing down a wall of static defense. Gets 2 libs. Does snipe 2 Liberators. Homeowner rotating around. Homeowner maxing out. Never not quite connecting. Ooh, we bleed out a Disruptor. Oh my god. as we catch a couple of Marauders and Ghosts. How many are we on? 7. 7 Liberators left. Sorry, 7 Disruptors left is what I meant to say. 7 Disruptors remaining. Liberation zones thrown down. We dive on top of the Disruptors. Oh, we force Mana to panic. A little bit trigger happy though. That's 4 Novas going off. We have 3 left. Mana, calm down. Raises the army. Catch some more Liberators. Mana trying to keep up, and here we go. We're committing. We still on forward. We dive on the main army. We didn't have an over available. More Stalkers going down. These Liberators getting so much value. Oh my god. The problem is that Mana, he has to fight. He has to hold on to the space. He needs to expand. He needs an economy. The base is so low. Homono rallying towards the left-hand side. Liberators headed for the natural. We're pushing forward. We get on top of the libs. It looks like we have done it. Mana, he breaks out. He breaks free. Shuts down every single Liberator and the entire army on the right-hand side. He preserves his Colossus, preserves the Disruptors. Mana, he's doing it. He's popping off. Still down in supply, but just barely. Catch out some of the Ghosts. It's going to be going off. We catch a Disruptor. But Mana finally gets a 4th base. It's fully operational. We have a 5th on the way. This is the beginning of Mana's comeback. As I say that, Homono does end up getting across the map. Is he caught out of position though? We come in from behind. Yeah, Homono, he's pushing forward, throwing down liberation zones. Colossus, they get caught out. Disruptors as well. No! The Disruptors! Nova's going off. We catch 5, 6, 7. Every single Disruptor goes down. GG gets called a mass surround. And Homono ties up the series 1-1. Whew, GG. Bappy. GG, well played. We have an ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. Oh my god. We're going the distance here. And how will the story end? What kind of all-in does Homono have planned for us this time? And you saw as well that Homono, once he starts expanding, he doesn't stop. Like, he cannot be stopped. Once the floodgates open, unstoppable. But a big shout out to Mana, by the way. Despite how far behind Mana was, despite how brutal things looking, how dire the situation was, Mana, he bounced back. Like, he made a game out of it. He made Homono sweat towards the end there. I mean, Homono, his economy was still out of control, but Mana was finally breaking free, finally taking a 4th base. It was unfortunate that he got surrounded towards the end there, but if it wasn't for that, then we could have seen an even longer game. With that, GG, well played. We have an ace match, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our blue Polish Protoss player representing Team Liquid being forced into the ace match, but boy, did he make a game out of it. Did he fight his heart out? It is Mana. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the pink Terran player representing Team Hyper 1, the South Korean Terran living in the land of Japan, forcing the ace match, tying things up. Can he go the distance? Can he make it into the next round? It is Homono. Let's go. I see AIJ Skater in the chat. That's how you're gonna say it. Yeah. Of course, Papi, of course. What do you mean? They were beautiful. Mana's balls, I mean. Ay. Good to see you, Papi. Good to see you. See, the chat's catching up. GG, well played. It was crazy. That was a wild game. That was very back and forth. Ooh, as we do get a kill the SCV. A very good start here by... really great start here by Mana. That should not have happened. More boys being pulled. We do delay some mining time there. And Homeowner he stumbles out of the gate. Not the biggest of stumbles, but you don't want to be losing a worker this early on. Likewise, Mana got a full scout of the main. It does confirm the more economic opener. It should be a Rax into a CC, and Homeowner is cutting corners. Homeowner, he skips the Reaper and he skips the Marine. He's going Reactor first. So we have our Reactor first build here from Homeowner, is taking the expansion on the low ground. We can see Mana, he's scouting. I do not blame him after this series. I mean, Homeowner, he's a very aggressive player, but doesn't need to go for one base all-ins. Last game, it was a one base all-in, but we've seen him go all-in on two bases plenty of times. Regardless, aggression is really what we expect to see from Homeowner. That's what I'm looking for. Expected, there we go. Aggression is expected from Homeowner, and Mana is now more aware. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener towards Blink. I would not be surprised if Mana just opens up 4-gate Blink at this point. Not even to be hyper aggressive, but to be safe. I could see that happening. Adept is going to be threatening a shade. It's great to see Homeowner progress from cheesy tactics to think kind of play. I mean, to wind it back, if you weren't there for the start of game one, it was a one base 4-rax all in when we pulled the boys. Like, it was cheese, man. It was 100% cheese. Oh, so you can't get more cheesy than that. A one base all in. It's crazy. Behind this, we're following this up with what looks to be a 2-base all-in. So the reason why I say this is because we're prioritizing our Raxes. We're going for our 3 Raxes before the Starport. The Starport is going to be delayed in favor of more add-ons, in favor of a stim timing with, of course, our tech labs. We're going to be building up a bio army, and this typically leads into Homeowner pulling the boys. We may even just skip the Starport and just ignore it and just build up a bio army and commit there. We'll see if he makes a Starport or not. That's what I'm curious about. Meanwhile, the Marine Hellion moves out. We do see Mana settling into his 2 bases. It is going to be a 2-gate Blink into a 3rd. Oh, that is risky. This is looking like an economic build from Mana. It looks like we want to expand and take a 3rd base here, and this is going to be ideal for Honmono. Again, he wants you to be playing standard and economic. If you play safe, then it can be more difficult for Homeowner to catch you off guard. Stalkers are being active. Scouting around. Behind this, we have the eBay for +1. Rocks are being knocked down. There's that stim upgrade. Should be hitting that timing. Okay, I do like this. Okay, so Mana, he doesn't expand. He takes a 3rd gateway and he's going for a Bay. He's staying on 2 bases and working towards Colossus. Much safer here from our blue Protoss. Homeowner confirms that there is no 3rd. Tries to force his way in, but is denied. And what does Homeowner do? Upon seeing that there is no expansion, do we still commit? There is no Starport, by the way. We're still building up Marines, tanks. Stim is halfway done. And Mana, he throws down 2 more gates. He still refuses to expand. So they blink into the main. Marines are going down. Stim isn't done. And it feels like Mana has been able to adapt to Homeowner, recognizing that I probably shouldn't expand too freely against this guy. And I'm liking Mana's position. I mean, we're about to have a Colossus. Meanwhile, Marines are getting picked off. Really nice control from Mana. Juggling those Stalkers. And how many Marines have we lost so far? Only 4. Okay. Only 4 Marines. We're on 4 tanks. We should be building up towards... Sorry, we're on 3 tanks. And I imagine we're going to be pushing up with 4. And here we go, we're pushing. Here it is, the 2-base all-in is upon us. Now, unfortunately for Honmono, Mana's also on 2-base. So 2-base all-in versus a 2-base defensive setup here. The boys are being pulled. It's all or nothing here for Honmono. One way or another, the game is going to end. Stalkers, they come in from behind. They pick off what little SCVs are left. They're delaying the reinforcements. We force a recall. And we already have a Colossus. That's the thing. Again, Mana was playing very safe. He's already got a Colossus. He has shield batteries. There's Nova Charge. Has extra gateways for extra warp ins. Big swipes here on those SCVs. Homono going for the dive. He has to fear those force fields. Yeah, he has to go the long way around. Let's rotate towards the right-hand side. Again, pushing up this ramp is brutal because of how narrow it is. If he committed, we can just force field the ramp and cut the army in half. Mana getting ready for a surround. Colossus from behind. Throwing down an eBay wall. Tanks are setting up. The Prism! Ooh, Prism goes down. But here comes the surround. Colossus from both ends. Marines are going to be able to shut down the Colossus on the right-hand side. Big tank volley is going to be going up, but we have the overcharge. And the overcharge does keep the Colossus alive. We break through the Marines. We're getting on top of the tanks. And Mana will shut this down. Again, very nice setup here from Mana. Taking Homono very seriously. GG gets called. And Mana will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Mana was playing as safe as you can in that game, just refusing to expand, throwing down more gateways, getting into his Colossus production, and Homono all-inning against a two-basing player like that. It's not ideal. It's difficult to really pull off there. If Mana had expanded, if Mana was maybe a little bit greedier or just a little bit more standard, a little bit more economic, then Homono would have had more success. And congratulations to Mana. My condolences to Homono. GG, well played. He made a series out of it. That was a wild series, by the way. Very back and forth. And now we have our top 4. Mana advances on into the next round to face off against Cristiano in a PvP. Is facing off against Cristiano, and let's set up for that. Meanwhile, I believe Dave was covering the other series. Where's Monsieur Dave? I believe he was covering the other series, and he was casting Cristiano versus Midovk. Cristiano did bring Midovk down. And just messaging our lovely fellow caster here, making sure we're all able to get in. But it looks like again, Mana is going to be advancing on to the next round against Cristiano in a PvP. We also have Geralt versus Nickeract that's about to begin in the upper bracket finals. So we're going to be focusing on Geralt versus Nickeract. Dave will maybe be joining us, or might go for the other series instead. Not too certain, but Dave is another fellow English caster and has also been covering this event, covering some of the other matches, making sure that we can cast as much of the event as possible. As much as we can. Beautiful. Otherwise, I think we're going to be going on a short break. I believe we are going to be going on a short break. And oh god, Thank you so much for the raid, Dave Testa, Papi. Ay. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I was just praising you. I was just saying like, yo, guys, check out Dave Testa. He's got his own cast going on as well. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great time. I know that so something happened earlier where Dave was, unfortunately, he missed the series, so things weren't as smooth over there. But I hope you were able to enjoy your games. Hope you had a great broadcast nonetheless. Thank you so much for the raid, Papi. Thank you so much, and I hope you had a great time. I hope you continue to have a great time as well. For those that are maybe unfamiliar with Dave Testa, he's also one of the big minds behind the KSL, behind the Korean StarCraft League. And if it wasn't for Dave Testa and Chicken Man as well, to be fair, you know, the two of them in coordination, then we wouldn't have the KSL and the Korean scene would be worse off. So thank you so much, Papi. Thank you so much for all that you do. Big shout out to Dave Testa, and give him a little love. Give him some love. Give him some support. / shoutouts at Dave Testa. Bang. Big shoutouts. Had a bunch of waiting after 2 pleasure cover. Yeah, it's fair enough. But it looks like we need a moment. It looks like we do need a moment here, so we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, Geralt vs. Nickrat is going to be coming up next. See you soon. Bye. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the upper bracket finals of the Logic Games number 2. And here we have our 2 top players here. We have had a grueling tournament so far. We've had the upper bracket, the lower brackets. We are here to determine our first finalist. Who's it gonna be? Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our red Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the blue Polish Protoss player. Not Mana, not this time. Mana is in the lower bracket, currently facing off against Christiana. But here we have a different Polish Protoss representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. Let's go. Again, we have 4 players left in the tournament. We have these two, Geralt and Nicaract, in the upper half of the brackets, or in the upper brackets. And we have Mana and Christiana in the lower bracket. So we have 3 Protoss and 1 Terran. And it's not just 3 Protoss, it's the 3 top Polish Protoss players as well. The Polish Protoss posse has congregated here in the Logic Games. Oh boy, and can we stop the PvP finals? Can Nicaract represent Terran in those finals? Again, in the name of, a little bit of diversity with Terran and Protoss, I would love to see a non-mirror matchup finals, but we'll see. We'll see if it can be done. The pressure is on. What I will say, though, is that thankfully, because this is in the upper brackets, neither of these players will be eliminated. The winner of Mana versus Christiana will go up against the loser of this series. So, these two, they have a second life down there in the lower brackets. They have another chance. But now it's going to be a double gas opener. Double gas opener out of Nicaract, going for a faster factory, going for a delayed command center. God, honestly, I miss this map. We've been casting StarCraft all day, and I think this is the first time I'm casting on Alcyone. It's crazy. I actually do miss it. Feels good to be back. Back at home, we have a gate expanded to Cybercore here from our Protoss. Oh, sorry, gate cyber expand even from Geralt. Zealot moving out towards the left-hand side is going to be avoiding the main scouting pattern. This Zealot does avoid the Xel'Naga, which means as the Reaper moves out, the Zealot moves in. And with this Zealot, we can try and delay the command center and disrupt the opener. We can see that the command center, thankfully for Nicaract, is on the high ground. It is safe and sound on the high ground. Zealot is spotted. We do Kai back, and the CC won't be disrupted, will not be disturbed. So very fortunate there for Nicaract. Meanwhile, the Reaper does try to get some economic damage done. Shield battery is thrown down. Geralt will defend, will deflect the initial aggression. When it comes to our take of choice, we have yet to commit. Probe moving in, and there it is. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener from the side of Geralt. We're going to be seeing some blink. We are going to be seeing some blink action here from our Protoss. I mean, DT openers are not unheard of, but they're very uncommon, and Geralt doesn't strike me as that kind of player. He's not that wild, he's not that chaotic. Not enough to open up DT. I want to believe. But now though, Nicaract could be reinforcing, again with that faster factory. We have our Hellion into Cyclone. Zealot's going to be going down. We do pull back that Hellion as well. Nice control out of Nicaract. Oh my god. As he does pick up the Adept. Trying to chase down some of those Stalkers. Has control of the Xel'Naga. Behind this, we're building up towards early tank production. Very early tank production actually here from Nicaract. And working towards that medevac, working towards drop play. As we have our drop getting ready here from the Terran side. Across the map, we do see a commitment into gateways. Okay, I was expecting a 2-gate opener out of Geralt, but that is not 2 gateways. That is a 3rd gateway on the way. So 3-gate blink from our Protoss. Did I say 3? We have a hidden 4th gateway on the left-hand side. Very cheeky here from Geralt. He splits up his gateways, makes it difficult to scout, and he's committing with a very aggressive build. 4-gate blink, the ideal here is to deflect against the initial push, to counterattack, and to break into the main. Or just break the Terran. Nicaract still piecing this together. Drop into the main base. We'll get eyes on some of these gates. Yeah, 3 gateways are confirmed. There are Stalkers in position. We take down one of the Stalkers. A Cyclone lock-on. Cashes out 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers go down. We do get the medevac. It's a one-way trip, and boys are being pulled. Probes are going down. We will clean this up, but at the cost of 7, at the cost of 8 probes. Aye. And we're not done. Oh yeah, we're done. Okay, we're going to be able to catch 1 more probe. 9 in total. Now, again, that 3rd gateway was hidden on the left-hand side, but Nicaract should be getting ready nonetheless. We have... Oh my, we're pulling the boys! Wait, what? Okay, calm down. Calm down. Bit of an overreaction. We pull back, we have a bunker on the low ground, we have a tank as well. In the main base, we have a bunker on the way. Again, you can see this is a late reaction out of Nickrack. Nickrack, he was not ready for this, he needs some time. He needs a little bit more time to prepare. But it looks like he is ready. We have a line of 3 tanks and 2 bunkers. Nickrack should be able to hold on. Meanwhile, Geralt gonna be diving in. He blinks! Delays that bunker. Ooh, takes some big volleys to the face. Bunker is delayed. We slip behind the mineral line, going for the would-be eBay. Once again delaying, but another tank shot goes in. Get the Banshee across the map, gonna be harassing. Yeah, and Nickrack holds. Geralt, he gets completely forced out of the main. And Nickrack, he's looking good. Looking strong. Deflects the army, defends his 2-base setup. Geralt back at home, his 3rd base is heavily delayed. And we're going for 4 more gateways. Oh my god, this is an all-in. Geralt, he had a choice. Geralt, he could have thrown down an expansion, but no, he throws down 4 more gates instead. That's going to be an 8-gate setup. Now, it looks like Geralt, he will still expand, but that's a pretty hefty amount of gateways. Okay, there we go. We do have our Templar Archives on the way. Moving forward, we snipe a tank. Not bad. Not bad at all. There's that 3rd base from Geralt. It is late, so let me say that at least, but it is on the way. Which is more than I can say with the 3rd base of Nickrack. As there is no 3rd CC. So again, I'm sure that came into the that factored into Geralt not throwing down his expansion as quickly as he could have. Making sure he can keep up with the production of Nickrack. As that's 2 more Raxes, by the way. Here, hidden behind the mineral line. Nickrack, it looks like we don't plan to expand. There's no 3rd CC yet, and I don't think we're getting it anytime soon. How many tanks are we on? 4. We're on 4 tanks. Stim and combat shields are on the horizon, and Nickrack, he might decide to pull the boys with this. I'm curious. Curious if he will. Banshee from behind. Ooh, Storm is on the way. Nickrack does have the supply lead. Is unsieging, is pushing. The Observer does confirm. Geralt's supposed to main army. We'll kite away. Catching a couple of Marines. Nickrack, we may as well get the 3rd base behind this on location. Prism slips into the main. Viking not able to stop this. Yeah, Prism goes down. A couple of Zealots are dropped. Sorry, a couple of Marines are dropped. Zealots, sorry. That's what I meant to say. Look, it's 5 a.m. It's 5 a.m. in the morning. Nickrack moving out. But Geralt, thanks to that gateway explosion, he's ready for this. We have Zealots, we have Stalkers, we have Storm. It is done. Reinforcements are on the way. There's that 3rd CC. Finally in production here for Nickrack. But we are committed. We are going to be committed here. So tanks are encroaching upon that 3rd. But here come the Storms through the Prism. And we dive in. We blink on 4. The Zealots, they collapse on top of the tanks. But we don't go for the Storms. And Nickrack, he just breaks on through. Now we get some Storms, but it may just be too late. The splits from Nickrack, a little bit too good. Big Storm on the army. But we break through. GG gets called. Nickrack collapsing on top of the 3rd. And Nickrack takes game number 1. Whew, oh my god. GG. Again, Nickrack did so well for himself defending against the initial push. Defending against the 4-gate blink. But not just that. Getting economic damage done. Getting so much done early on. With his drop. In the early game. And with that, it led into that 2-base all-in. Yes, Nickrack was throwing down a 3rd CC, but it was very committed play there on 2 bases. Nickrack did overwhelm Geralt. Again, the Storms were a little bit too late. They were lackluster as well. And now Nickrack is 1 game away from advancing on into the Grand Finals. Una más, happy. Una más is all he needs. Here we go. Meanwhile, the pressure is on Geralt. As a reminder, this is a best of 3. Winner advances on to those finals. Should have shown this earlier. I should. But you can see how the bracket has lined up here. Our final four. Our top four in the Logic games. With Nickrat, Geralt, Mana, and Cristiano. For those that are curious, Cristiano and Mana, they're currently mid-series. They are mid-series. And we might be able to catch the tail end of that after this match wraps up. Maybe, depending on how fast and how slow things are. Depending on how things line up. As you can hear the beeps, we have game number 2 ready for us. We're loading in to Oceanborn. And spawning in the in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Protoss player representing Psystorm Gaming. Down in the series, he needs to fight back here and now to force that ace match. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. Leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from those finals. It is Nickrat. You can hear there, the time is getting to me a little bit. Getting to me, Pat. Who is a Mana Manager 4? Asking in the chats. But yeah, Mana, he is the player manager, I believe, for Team Liquid nowadays. Which basically means he organizes the team, and I believe he sets up the player lineups and the roster for WTL, for example, for all their Team League matches. And I'm sure he does more than that. I'm sure he does make sure that players are accommodated for. Sure if they need any support, any kind of practice or anything like that, and he organizes that for them as well. Of course, back in the day, that used to be TLO, but TLO has since left Team Liquid for quite some time now. So used to do that back in the day. But now we're settling into our game. We're settling in, Papi. It's going to be a gate cyber expand here from Geralt. Meanwhile, Nickrat going for an economic opener, going for a Rax expand. Okay, we're calming things down here in game 2. Calming down. I'm just catching up with the chat. Mostly the pink Polish Protoss posse. Mostly. We're missing a couple of them. We're missing Arts. We're missing Pappy. They weren't here, unfortunately. Once again, Geralt's going for that first Zealot. Did the same thing in game 1, and once again he gets caught out. Here comes that Adept. Does zone away the Reaper, keeps the Zealot alive, and we're making our way across the map. The goal here is to delay the command center. We'll see if we can. Today, if you polish a Protoss player, it becomes Geralt. Oh no. Maybe. I can't handle all the P's in the chat. As the command center does complete, does get up and running. Do you have a follow-up Rax in the main base and a 3C? Oh god, it's gonna be 3CC3 Rax. There it is. We saw this earlier today in the previous series in Nickrat versus Cristiano. We saw this in Nickrat versus Cristiano on side Delta. Again, this is a very trendy build, and Nickrat is very fond of it. Oh, the Mule! Mule gets focused down. Very nice pick up there from Geralt. Zell comes in from behind, gets targeted as well. The Adept is forced back. But again, 3CC, 3 Rax. We saw that this hits like a truck, by the way. If Geralt is unprepared, if he's unaware, then the game can end then and there when it comes to the stim timing. That's what happened against Cristiano, if you recall, in that ace match. I do recommend the VODs if you're curious. The way this works is it's a very economic build. It's not all in by any means, and it is going to delay the 3 racks. Usually a 3 racks will hit a little bit earlier, as we're not going to be, as we typically don't delay the racks for too long for the CC. So this is going to hit a little bit later, but it's still going to hit insanely hard with Marauders, with Marines, with Stim. On Geralt to slow it down. We can see back at home is going for a Blink opener with that Twilight Council, followed by the Robo and the Bay before the expansion. A very safe play. Very safe build here from Geralt. He delays his 3rd base in favor of the Bay and in favor of the safety Immortal. Some players will take the faster 3rd base instead, but Geralt playing it safe. This does mean that he will have a Colossus for the sim time. Or at least he should. The Bay is done, Immortal's about to pop out, 3rd base is on the way, and we should be starting a Colossus immediately after this Immortal. And Stim is halfway done. There's that Immortal, it's on the way, it's being chronoed as we speak. So we will have it in time. The Observer does confirm the build, we get eyes on the 3rd CC and the 3-rack setup. So Geralt is fully aware. Now, even though Geralt is going to be ready for this initial timing, and he should survive this, Nickrat he's not all in. Remember, he's got a 3rd base, so he can expand, take a 3rd base. Nickrat, he doesn't have to commit. Once he realizes the defensive setup, Nickrat can retreat, back off, and pull, and just get his 3rd. Just establish his 3-base setup. Meanwhile, here comes that bio push. It's 14 Marines and 6 Marauders. We are moving out. And we do have Stim. And back at home, we do have our shield batteries finishing up just in time. So we're going to have a shield battery, we're going to have an overcharge, we have an Immortal, a Colossus, and a Force Field. A couple even. We're going for the dive! We threaten the dive, but it looks like we should be able to hold on. Shield battery does finish up in time. The Colossus pulls back, and we clean up the Marines, we clean up the bio. Forcing out a Stim even, and yeah, we're going to lose everything. We're going to bleed out every single Marauder. Very nice defense here by Geralt. We'll shut down the army, and now we go for a counterattack, and now Nickrat is in trouble. Remember, I was saying that Nickrat, once he saw the Colossus, he doesn't have to commit. He can just pull back. But he committed. That's the problem here, is that Nickrat, he did go for the kill, and he didn't kill Geralt. He may have killed himself. Here he comes. Geralt does get eyes on the 4th, forcing a cancel. Good pick off. What do we have to defend? No bunker, no tank, no Widow Mines. We do have a good chunk of Marauders, though. Likewise, Geralt has to be careful. Nova going to be going off. We're reinforcing on the front lines. Show us that Nova. How good is it going to be? We step forward. Not quite getting any SCVs, but zoning back the army. Yeah, the boys are being pulled. We go for the Stim. A very nice movement here from Geralt. Nova goes off. Ooh, the Disruptor's targeted down. We go for the Colossus. Colossus goes down as well. Geralt overextending a little bit there, but we're running out of bio. The boys are falling one after the other. GG gets called. Geralt punishes Nickrat for his committed push, and Geralt ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Nickrat, he did throw away so much with his first Stim timing, and he didn't need to. Upon seeing the army, upon seeing the setup, we needed to make a tough decision then and there to pull back. Instead, we went for it, and we lost everything as a result. And with that, I mean, you could also argue as well that because of Geralt's opener, and because he was rushing into faster Colossus, that it was going to be a difficult hold anyway. Even if Nickrat had pulled back, like, defending there would have been a tough ask. And with that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Let us go. How are you running, Lights? Coffee or weed? Look at the It's 5:30 a.m. in the morning, Poppy. Oh my god. To be fair, I have been getting ready for this sleep schedule. What did I cast the other day? I casted the House Open Cup. Yeah, I casted the House Open Cup. So I've been getting ready for this, but I would love some sleep at some point. That'd be nice. It's fine. We're fine, Papi. We're fine. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our red Polish Protoss player representing Storm Gaming, tying things up 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes, being forced into Game 3, but can we bounce back? It is Nicaract. Whew. Here we go. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to Amphion. Now, as a reminder, the winner of this series will advance on to the grand finals. The loser will have another chance, another shot against another Polish Protoss player. There is either Mana or Christiana waiting in that lower bracket. Who's it going to be? We'll find out. We'll get there. We will get there. Inca Cola. Oh, I wish. I wish I was fueled by Inca Cola. No, I after WTL, so after World Team League, fun fact, this is our third broadcast of the day. We started with Master Swan Open, followed by WTL, followed by this, followed by the Logic Games. I could have casted more. I made the decision not to cast KSL. KSL was earlier today, the Korean StarCraft League. I made the decision not to just because I knew that it was going to be a long night. And I'm going to be catching up with replays for the KSL in a couple of days. So I'm going to be covering the Korean StarCraft League via replays during the week. And yeah, because of that, we're good. We're okay. we're holding on to our heads tightly. Yeah. Until then, it is going to be a double gas opener this time. Interesting. Double gas into a faster factory. We have a reactor on the way, and this could be Reactor Reaper Hellion from our Terran player. There's our CC on the high ground just to be safe. It's not a one base all in. It's not on mono. And we'll see if we commit into Hellion Reaper here and how many waves we make. Meanwhile, back at home, we do have our Gate Cyber Expand. Or Gate Expand into Cybercore. Standard opener out of Geralt. Very secure. Yep, we're going to be making Reapers. So this is either going to be triple Reaper, double Hellion, or we can go up to 5 Reapers. Like, we can commit quite heavily here into Reaper production. Into 5 Reaper, 3 Hellion instead. We'll see how aggressive we want to be. We'll keep an eye on Nicaract. Back at home, Geralt going into Twilight Castle. It's going to be a Blink-based opener. How many gateways? Yet to be determined. It's going to be Blink nonetheless from Geralt. Back at home, okay, it's only going to be 3. So triple Reaper, double Hellion here from Nicaract. The goal of this composition, or the goal of this force, is to get across the map, bust up the ramp into a mineral line, and get some economic damage done, and get some scouting information as well. And we're moving out. Adepts across the map. We do have a Stalker on the high ground. We don't have the Sim City here to wall off. And we're going for the Stalker. Up! Yeah, shield battery is in position, or is done in time. And we dive into the main base. 1 Hellion goes down. And how many probes can we kill? How good is the split? So far, 2, 3, 4 probes going to be falling. Up, barely 4 towards the end. We got 5. And looks like we're not going to get much more than that. 5 probe kills, and we do manage to get away. We got a full lap here of the main, so we got eyes on the tech. We're fully aware of Blink. We've seen the lack of gateways. Nicaract will retreat. Or tries to rotate back in, but is going to be denied. Back at home, building up a tank Banshee count. Interesting. I'm curious if we're going to commit into a 2-base all-in. I mean, we've seen a lot of tank Banshee play here these past couple of months. We saw it even earlier today from both Maru and Clem in their WTL matches. Seen a lot of tank Banshee and TVP. Back at home, we have a Gateway Explosion. It wasn't just 2-gate Blink. We're going up to 3-gate Blink Stalker into a 3rd, a very safe build. We have an extra Gateway for extra warp-ins for map control. Speaking of, Geralt is moving out with those Blink Stalkers. This is not as committed as 4-gate Blink, like we saw in Game 1, but aggressive nonetheless. And here we go. Geralt moves out at the same time. Nickrack moving in, and we pull the boys! We spoke about it. The tanks and the Banshees, they're joining forces. They're pushing towards the natural. At the same time, those Stalkers, they slip into the main. And things are about to get awkward. SCVs are going down. At the same time, we committed to the natural. We don't have that Immortal. The Pylon, it's an Artosis Pylon! It's going to be focused down. We depower everything at the natural, the Robo, the gateways. There's only one gateway powered. Boys are going down. We force a recall back home. And Nickrack, he catches Geralt completely with his pants down. We have a third base, but the third does not matter. As we came to the production. Again, only one gateway. Only one Stalker can reinforce at a time. And gateways are falling one after the other. We have a Dark Shrine on the way. And there we go. 2 more gates as well. And Nickrack, we need to keep going. We need to get more done. As we start to step ourselves forward. We have the Dark Shrine behind the natural. We are slowly pushing in. Oh, and can we deny these gateways? Yeah, the tanks, they do siege. Even if the Dark Shrine finishes, we can't warp in. We have the overcharge, but the pylon goes down. We have 0 gateways. We have 0 gates left. 0 gateways powered. We're down to 3 Stalkers, and it looks like Nickrack, he has done it again. Even with this Dark Shrine, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. Not anymore. Boys are being pulled. Banshee's going ham. And it looks like we're getting a Terran in the finals. We focus on every single Stalker. GG gets called, and Nickrack takes down Geralt 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Nickrack as he does advance on. We have a Terran confirmed for the finals. Gah, papi, gah. GG, well played. I was concerned it was going to be a PvP. I mean, I love PvP, to be fair. Do love it. But is going to be a Terran confirmed for the finals. And which Protoss player will face off against him? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the pack yourselves. Congratulations to Nickrack, again pulling off the 2-base all-in. He got across the map unscouted, and Geralt was caught with his pants down. His army was across the map. He had nothing at home to defend. That Artosis Pylon was exposed. We dove on it. We won the game. GG, well played. You can see here behind this, we have our 3 players remaining. Let me slip into some DMs and make sure I don't get left behind. Let me make sure we do not get left behind here. As we're getting ready for our next series, we have 2 matches left. Mana took down Christiana. We've had some Polish on Polish action here, and Mana did bring Christiana down 2-0, which means we have 2 Protoss players left. Up next, Mana versus Geralt to determine who faces off against Nickrack in those grand finals. Let's go. Let us go. So we're near the end of the tournament. As a reminder, the finals will be a best of 5. It's going to be a best of 5 grand finals. We're getting there. And as we get ready for the Logic Games, a big shout out to all the people behind the scenes working for, making this a reality and working on the Logic Games. A shout out to Logic, Reality, Shiny, Magnath, and Hyper One. They're the admins of this event. And you heard his name. Logic is the sponsor of this event as well. You know, he's just a fan of StarCraft. He's passionate about StarCraft, and yeah, he's willing to put his money together here to make this event a reality, to help support the scene, to help support these players. Much love here to Logic and everyone else working on the event. Ooh, much love, much support as we're settling in to our lower bracket finals. The PvP is upon us. Vetoes are done. And we have our lobby. We have our next series. I'm catching up in the chat. I mean, I have to. Share. Share, my papi. Share. Who is casting? I'm Live VIP. I'm the one of the co-founders of the CranKy Ducklings. You know, myself, Kuro, Yaku, Steel Mold. Well, Steel Mold a little bit later, but we did found the CranKy Ducklings way back when, back in 2017, if I remember correctly. I mean, Kuro's in the chat. Can add a little bit more insight into that, but yeah, we did create the CranKy Ducklings a long time ago, many years ago, and we were hosting events, hosting amateur events back in the day. We started casting pro players at the end of 2019. I remember it was the end of 2019 we first started casting VTL, which was the Vietnamese Team League, where we were casting players like Mio Maika and Thuc Lao and all these other big names. And after that, we were casting, oh my god, Copa America. Copa America. We were the official English casters in 2019 for Copa America, which was WCS Latin America back in the day. This is before EPT. Before ESL Pro Tour, we had WCS, and we were the official English casters. And then after that, we were casting on a regular basis every single week, and eventually every single day, as we committed to StarCraft during COVID in 2020. 2020 is when we hunkered down and went full-time StarCraft. And now here we go. We're diving into our lower bracket finals and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkion. We have our red Polish Protoss player representing Team Liquid, fighting his way through Cristiano. Now he's up against another countryman. Can he go even further? It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the young up-and-comer himself, also from the Polish community, from the Polish scene, the Blue Protoss player representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is Geralt. We have the next generation up against the old guard himself to fight for the crown of best Protoss player in Poland. Now, this is a rematch. These two did face off earlier today in the upper bracket, and Geralt took down Mana 2-1. Earlier here in this tournament, we didn't cast it. It happened off screen. It happened, I say off screen. Dave cast it. Dave Tessa did cast Mana versus Geralt, and Geralt did win the series 2-1, but it went to the ace match, and I said at the time, if they have a rematch, it could go either way. It could go either way. Uh-oh. As Geralt is going for a 2-gate opener, Mana, that is a gate expand. That is one gateway. What does this mean? This means we are looking to be greedy and we're looking to expand. Geralt does confirm this, and Geralt has an option right now to go for a 1-base all-in. And Geralt, he has an option. Do we commit? Do we throw down a pylon? And do we try to punish Mana? Now, Mana forced to make a Zealot because we should be seeing a pylon block here on the low ground, so the Zealot has to, deny this pylon, has to allow us to expand. There we go, it's going to be a Stargate first. Again, double gas opener into a Stargate, into an expansion. A more economic opener. This is the Max Packs build. For those that are curious, this is the Max Packs build to go for a double gas opener into a Stargate, followed by the expansion in a PvP. And Geralt doing everything he can to delay that expansion for as long as possible. Another pylon gets thrown down. And we do have a second probe active on the map. Okay, but we're pulling back home. Adept has arrived. With this probe being chased away, it looks like we are not committing to an all-in. It looks like Geralt is expanding instead. Okay, meeting greed with greed in a way. Pylon goes down. There's our Nexus. Huh. So there we go. Our Nexus has been thrown down here from Mana. So we'll have the better economy. Meanwhile, we can see Mana checking the left-hand side. Scouting around the edge of the map. Stalkers move in. Geralt does confirm the expansion. And Geralt goes for his own. So Geralt, he makes a choice here not to try to go for an all-in or try to punish the greed of Mana. Meets greed with his own. We'll see if it pays off. We can see more reinforcements do rock up for Geralt. Does take down the Zealots. Pushing forward. The Stalker getting low. Did lose the Stalker earlier. We do have a shield battery on the low ground. With the shield battery, we should be able to hold on. Yeah, Geralt, he has to back off. He has to respect this. We'll pull back. And Mana will get away with this build. Committing to a second Oracle. With this, we can harass across the map. 2 Oracles do one-shot probes, so a shield battery is not going to be good enough to defend. So Mana has a lot of aggressive potential here, or harassment potential with these oracles. Behind this, working towards a Twilight Council into Blink. So Blink is on the horizon for Mana, Blink also on the way for Geralt. Blink is on the way. Mana headed for the main. Stalkers are in position. We do have 2 Stalkers, but we don't care. Focus down 3 probes. Oh, it cost us an Oracle. Good pick off here from Geralt. 3 probes is okay, but not worth the cost of an Oracle here. Geralt will defend. Mana overextends. Behind this, Mana working towards Blink, being active with his Stalkers, moving out. Geralt will have to take a defensive position. Looking at the army sizes here, Geralt does have a higher Stalker count, but he has 2 Stalkers in his main. Ooh, and he bleeds out a Stalker. Geralt does have to retreat. We do have a shield battery on the low ground, thankfully. We have a shield battery, we have an overcharge, we have a sentry for horse fields. Even a guardian shield. The Oracle trying to find another way out. Oof. Does take a bit of hull damage. Meanwhile, Mana, he delays his gateways. He stays on 2 gates and he goes straight for a third. Third base is already halfway done, followed by the gateway explosion. So very greedy here by Mana. Geralt looking to punish him, does step into the mineral line. We get 2, we get 3 probes. 4 probes go down. Bit of a misclick there from Mana as well. And can we get another? Not quite. 5 probe kills. Geralt, he confirms the timing of the third base. Does confirm how greedy Mana's being. And Geralt, how does he respond? With her own third, but also with a proxy gateway. So Geralt has a later third base, but will have more gateways available. That's the 4th gate on the way. It's scouted! The 4th gate is confirmed. Mana's aware. Warping in, getting ready. 2nd shield batteries on the way. Mana taking this very seriously. We'll have those additional shield batteries. Oracle getting a kill on the shield battery across the map. Very nice pickup. Checking our army sizes. Mana has the Stalker advantage. Mana has +1 on the way. Adepts, they will shade in. They managed to get a couple of probes. So we get 3. Can we get 4? Oh, not quite. We can. 4 probes to 2 Adepts. But Geralt will have to back off, and we'll have to give up on this position. Yeah, there's no saving this. We're going to try it. Have reinforcements on the way. Mana aggressively blink on this army. Yeah, shuts down the Stalkers. Things are pretty close. They're pretty neck and neck. But Mana does have the higher Stalker counts. Oof. And Geralt bleeds out too much. Yeah, that fight just wasn't worth it. We do catch the Oracle, though. Geralt no longer has to worry about that, at least. Mana has been bleeding out probes, but he's been able to recover with the faster base. Catches some of the Stalkers in the center of the map. Mana does have that slight Stalker lead. We pull back to the shield battery to the overcharge. Yeah, force the pop. And Geralt will hold. Whew. Now, as the dust does settle, to take stock here. Both on 3 bases. Mana's on 57. 59. We see Geralt's on 55. Worker counts comparable with each other. We do see Geralt's working towards a Dark Shrine. I mean, went behind Dark Shrine. DT is going to be on the way as Mana takes a 4th. Geralt also going for the gold as his 4th. Okay. Geralt, he's cutting corners. I like it. He's taking a lot of risks here. Maybe a better way of putting it. Rushing towards DTs as a risky tech choice and rushing into the gold as well. Can he get away with them, though? Oh, as we have Mana, great minds think alike, as he also goes for the Dark Shrine. Mana pushing in. Really check the gold. He will, and he does confirm. Yeah, blinks on forward, and it looks like he will force a cancel. Geralt's out of position. I like the choice of going for the gold if we had gotten away with it, but Geralt has to rebuild his 4th base here at the linear location. Mana has a massive 4th base lead. But we still have the DTs. When it comes to detection, Mana does have a Robo, moving out with the Prism. Observers on the way. Adepts a Shade into the natural. Good pickoffs. We get 4, we get 5 probe kills. Very nicely done. Shading into the main, getting another probe. 6, 7? 7 probes go down at the same time. Geralt going for his own counterattack as well. But Mana, he's not too far away. Will save the 4th base, forcing a recall. We do pick up 3 Stalkers in the process. Again, it was good economic damage, but it was necessary economic damage. It's a better way of putting it here. Is that Geralt, because he's so behind, because his 4th base is so late, he needed some damage done. And he got it. Did get it in the end. Prism moves out. Behind this, we have +2 for both players. Immortal production. Glaives are on the way for Geralt. It's quite a risky maneuver as well. Oh wait, we cancelled. Never mind. Glaives is cancelled. Never mind. Oh, and Mana is going for the kill. There's no shield battery. Not at the 4th. Yeah, we zone Geralt away. Charge will take Snowball out of control. At the same time, we have DTs in the natural. Workers are going down left and right. And everything is on fire here. Geralt, he's falling apart. He's going for his own DT harass, but it may just be too little too late. As Mana, he has control of the natural. Depowers the Robo. He's pushing into the 3rd. GG gets called. It just becomes too much, and Mana takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. A strong start here from Mana. I mean, based on the game, it did feel like Mana, for the most part, was in the driver's seat. Like, he was one step ahead with the faster natural, faster 3rd, faster 4th. It did feel like he was dictating the pace of the game, for the most part. And Geralt was stuck reacting to Mana, and just wasn't able to keep up. But we'll see how this dynamic changes in Game 2. Oh boy. Here we go. As game number 2 is going to be taking place on Dynasty. I was not expecting this. Dynasty is going to be our game of choice for map number 2, and I mean, I'm used to seeing this vetoed. We're seeing it for the first time tonight. Dynasty coming up next. Now, the reason why is it's a really peculiar map, has a lot of unique features, and we'll get into it. We'll get into it, Bobby. Here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Polish Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. He's down in the series. He needs your energy. He needs your support in the chat to force the ace match. We'll see if he can on a map as wild as Dynasty. Now, this map, of course, has a pocket base. Not just any kind of pocket base, has a pocket gold base right next to the main. And depending on the matchup, you can take this or you can't. In a PvP, it's advised not to expand and not to take this gold until you can take it as a 3rd or as a 4th. Just because it is so abusable, you can take advantage of this location so easily here with Adept Harass, with Stalker Harass, or Stalker Aggression on the other side of the mineral wall. So more often than not, we see players avoid it. Every now and then, someone takes a chance and tries to expand and take it, but usually it's a bait. Again, it's just so difficult to maintain. We'll see if that's the case here. Meanwhile, Mana this time going for a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Mana, double gate opener out of Geralt. As a reminder, Mana did go for a more greedy build in Game 1. Here in Game 2, we're calming things down. Calming down. Catching up. That's in the table. It was 2017 into, yeah, it's been a long time. What happened to Crank? He doesn't do English stuff no more. Unfortunately not. I mean, I say that. Crank has been making some English content or English subtitled content. I mean, I think Kuro's explaining that. Yeah. But yeah, Crank used to stream in English back in the day. As we're going for a proxy pylon, we'll get into some StarCraft history later on with Crank and the Cranky Ducklings. We'll get into it later. For now, focusing on our game, Mana setting up a proxy across the map. The Cybercore is done. Show us the robo. Huh. Show us what you got. As we're waiting for a bit of extra gas, there it is. With that 100 gas, the robo has been thrown down. Mana, it's his turn to go for the one base all-in. Back across the map, we do see Geralt going for a 2-gate opener into an expansion. He scouts! Let's go, he scouts, he confirms, and Geralt sees everything. He confirms the robo and the gateway. He's aware of the all-in, and Mana knows that he knows. Mana with his probe with these buildings, he saw the probe of his opponent. Mana is aware. For a moment there, I was like, yo, is Geralt gonna take another expansion? Calm down. But Geralt needs a robo. We respond with another gateway and a robo, so we're keeping up here with 3 gates aggression. We actually opened up Stargate. I did miss that here from Geralt going for the Oracle. A Void Ray can help in the defense, but going for the Oracle. Gonna be harassing across the map. The robo will give us access to Immortal production. And yeah, we cancel the low ground. We just give up on the expansion. A wise choice here. A difficult choice to make for Geralt, but he knows he cannot save it. He cannot hold on. It's not going to happen. So 1 base versus 1 base. And here comes the army. We have 4 adepts. We have 3 sentries for force fields. We have the Immortal. And Geralt is taking the gold. That's the plus side here, is that you can give up on the natural and expand elsewhere, but Mana is rotating. Rotating over, and he's checking the gold. He sees it. He's on his way. Oh, and defending the space is not going to be easy for Geralt. I mean, he's got some stalkers. He's got some sentries. Army has arrived. Yeah, with the help of this prism, we can just juggle over the wall onto the other side. And this space, it's going to be denied. There's no saving it. Geralt going for a warp in. Yeah, there's a cancel on the Nexus. Has the high ground, goes to the force fields. The juggling is good from Mana. Saves those units. Saves the adepts and that sentry. Solid juggling. Prism moves out, gets eyes on the proxy. Pylon is under fire. We drop into the main. Go for some probe kills. Again, this fight a little bit chaotic. Geralt moving to the low ground, doesn't quite commit. Now he's on to Immortals. Geralt, I feel like he should be holding at this point. He can force the army out. The juggling may be good, but the double Immortal should be better as we focus down the Immortal. Very nice pickup. But the army is forced out of the pocket base, and now we expand. The proxy was depowered. Nexus is on the way. And Mana's expanding likewise. So is Geralt going for the gold. This time he should hold on to it. Geralt should get away with the gold. As Mana goes for a drive-by. Does pull away. Phoenix in production to help shut down that prism. And from here, we can calm things down a little bit. We can calm down. Both players are expanding. Both players are trying to transition. We do see Geralt moving out with his own Immortal drop. Mana splitting up his forces. And Geralt going to try to shut down these robos, but is caught out. Has to retreat. More reinforcements on the way. Mana is working towards 4-gate blink. Geralt's no Twilight Council in sight. Heavily focused or a lot more on Immortals instead. And that tells us that Geralt is going to be the defender. Mana will have map control with a more versatile and more mobile army with Blink Stalkers. And Geralt will have a higher Immortal count. And in a head-to-head fight, will have a bit of a stronger presence. as he's working on his third immortal. Meanwhile, Mana's on 1, as his robo was sniped. And with these Blink Stalkers, we're looking to deny that gold. Spoke about it. Again, it's so awkward trying to defend here. The shield battery's on the way, but here come the Mass Blink Stalker. And Geralt, he's going to be denied any kind of mining here at the gold. The army's in position. Do force field the mineral line. Force fields are thrown down. There's barely any mining going on. Adept's knocking down the front door. Do you manage to catch a Stalker? But this army from Mana, this Stalker army, it's just... they're becoming a bit too much. He's going for the Immortal. Doesn't get it. Going for the Prism instead. The Prism goes down. And that means no more juggling here for Geralt. He cannot save the Immortals. They can be targeted down. We have the Overcharge. But the Overcharge is not going to be enough. The Immortal will fall. We're down to 2. 4 Immortals left. Oof. And it looks like we've caught another Immortal. We're down to 1. And soon down to 0. We blink over the wall. We focus down the Immortal. And Geralt, he barely has anything left. Again, trying to defend this goal base. It's not going to happen. We cannot hold on. We cannot save it. And we lost so much trying to. Mana behind this with the economic lead. Saves the Immortal. Yeah, with the Blink Stalkers as well. We just out-controlled Geralt. We're snowballing out of control. We have broken the gold. And there's only a single Stalker left. GG gets called. Mana will take the series 2-0, getting his revenge and advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Happy. GG, well played. Mana will take it. We'll advance on. My condolences to Geralt. I mean, Geralt did bring down Mana earlier in this tournament. Did bring him down 2-1. But Mana gets his revenge, showing us all that, again, he's still one of, if not the best Protoss in Poland. And will have a chance to be our champion as it makes it to the finals. GG, well played. Again, a very chaotic game there. I mean, initially we had a good reaction out of Geralt, but when I saw him trying to take the gold, it's just, again, even though the game was stabilizing and even though Geralt was building up a big Immortal army, because of the positioning there, you saw that Geralt couldn't actually use those Immortals. Like, we saw the force fields and the Blink Stalkers just abuse that location. It was just so congested and so difficult for Geralt to make use of his army, and he was just picked apart. You know, Immortal after Immortal went down, one after the other, and Mana had his way with him. GG, very well done. With that, we have our finals. We have our grand finals getting ready for us. It is going to be Nicorette versus Mana in a best of 5. Not just a regular best of 5, but I believe Nicorette will start with a 1-0 lead as he's coming in from the upper bracket. Just letting them know. It is going to be that best of 5. Nicorette starting things off with the lead as he is coming from the upper bracket. That is his advantage. But Mana can still fight back. He can, and I'm sure he will. As he's a veteran of the scene, has been around for a very long time, very experienced, and clearly can still go toe-to-toe with even some of these younger players as well. Can bring it to them. I'm catching up in the chat. He sometimes does English videos on YouTube, but he simply doesn't have the time at the moment. Yeah. At the moment, CranKy's a little bit... he is quite busy with Team Vitality and with Onside and with the Korean scene. For those that are curious, I was going to go into a bit of a, I guess, backstory of the CranKy Ducklings. For those that are maybe unfamiliar or maybe don't remember or weren't around, I know there are a lot of newer viewers to StarCraft in the more modern era of StarCraft. But back in the day, Total Biscuits, he was a commentator and content creator as well. He was a big name in the gaming scene, the gaming community. But back in the day, back in 2014, or I guess end of 2013, Total Biscuit, he started a team. He started a StarCraft 2 team called Axiom Esports. I actually have the Axiom keyboard, and I have like an Axiom jersey and all that. I have a bunch of Axiom merch from back in the day. But we were big fans. Well, I was a big fan of Axiom back then. And Crank was the team captain of Axiom Esports. And Crank, he had some pretty good English, and he used to stream StarCraft back in 2014. He used to stream a lot of StarCraft on his channel in English, and he was a pro gamer back then. He was a Protoss player. Eventually switched to random, and he was more of a variety streamer towards the end. And he did accumulate a massive fan base. This was again back in 2014 into 2015. Did have a massive fan base. His YouTube channel was growing a lot as well, and that's where we came in. That's where we became his fans. And eventually, Crank did make the choice to focus on the Korean scene and the Korean community. He started focusing on casting, and he became like kind of like the Wardy of Korea, right? Where he was like the content creator, or the caster for StarCraft events in Korean. So he started focusing on Korean content. He made that decision, and it was bittersweet. You know, I have a lot of love for Crank, and it's really cool to see him succeed. He's very successful when it comes to his Korean content. He has grown a lot. And his English fan base, we, you know, wanted to still hang out and do stuff together, and so we branched off. And in honor and to pay tribute to Crank, we call ourselves the CranKy Ducklings. That's where the Crank comes in. I've seen a lot of people drop by and they're like, why is the duck not cranky? Why is the duck not upset? It's like, well, I mean, it's not meant to be. Like, it's cranky just for Crank. It's just for Crank. So that's where the CranKy Ducklings name came in. Also, Crank's mascot back in the day was a duck. It was a duck. So that's why we have a duck as well. Crank has no like administrative or like ownership of the CranKy Ducklings. It's just like a tribute that we have, and we came from his community from back in the day. But here we go, we're diving into the grand finals. I apologize for that, this is unrelated. Just saw some people asking about it in the chat. But welcome everyone, welcome to the grand finals, los grand finales, papi, of the Logic Games. It's been a long event here. It is 6 a.m. in the morning in Australia, but we are here to kick off the finals. We have 2 players remaining here. Zerg who? Zerg what? Only Protoss and Terran. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have our red Polish Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Starting off behind in this series, but looking to bounce his way back, clawing his way in from the lower bracket. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. He's been lying in wait, waiting patiently in those grand finals. He's leading the series as he comes in from the upper bracket. It is Nicaract. Here we go. Here we go. We're settling in. Is going to be a Rax Expand. It's going to be a Rax Expand here from Nicaract. It was a single gas opener, so a more economic build from our Terran player. Meanwhile, you see Mana going for the Gate Cyber Expand back at home. Standard openers so far, and I am ready. I'm excited. Again, Mana got knocked down to lower bracket earlier by Geralt. He has not played against Nicaract yet in this event until now. Oh boy, again, Nicaract has been popping off. He's been doing so well for himself in this tournament. Not just in this tournament, but in events in general this year. Has been improving so much over the past couple of months. And he is so close to his first big win. Can he claim it? Can he claim it? As he does catch a couple of probes, 2 probes go down. We get a full scout. A little bit too early for our tech. As the Reaper leaves, we throw down the Stargate. Interesting. Okay, I'm getting used to these Twilight Council openers, but finally we have a Stargate opener here from Mana. I imagine looking to head into Phoenixes. Behind this, Nicaract going 3cc, I imagine 3cc into 3 racks. We've seen this build before. We've seen it on Side Delta. We've seen it on Alkyone. On some of these more safer macro-oriented maps. Yep, 3cc into our second and soon third racks as well. Let's go. Getting in towards our 3-rack setup. The way this works is it's very greedy, very economic, but it builds up towards a big stim timing. We've seen this succeed. We've also seen this fail as well. We saw Nickrat was shut down when he did this against Geralt in the previous series in the upper bracket finals. Nickrat did struggle to kind of really piece it together, and he overcommitted, if you recall. So Nickrat, he has to pick and choose how he wants to commit with this and how aggressive he wants to be. Essentially what's happening here is he's building up towards a stim timing. There's the Tech Lab. Tech Lab is on the way for stim. We're going to be building up a mass amount of Marines and Marauders. We're going to be pushing. Now, if mana is too secure back at home, we have to be able to recognize that, pull back, and macro out of it. Otherwise, things could look a little bit dire here as we open up Oracle, not Phoenix. Oracle gets across the map, gets some economic damage done. SCVs are going down. We got 2. We got 2, we got 3, we got 4 SCVs, 5 SCVs for, oh my god! Nickrat out of position, getting pulled apart here by the 1 Oracle, getting 5 worker kills, denying so much mining time, and getting a full scout. Looking at the Oracle, we have confirmed the third CC. We've also confirmed the 3 Raxes. And because we opened up Oracle, we're following it up with Blink Stalkers. Stalkers are amassing. Now, because of all the tech that has been thrown down, there's no Immortal, there's no Robo, there's no Colossus. I mean, this stim timing has potential. It does have potential here, as the defensive setup that Mana has is not going to be insanely potent. It's not going to be unbreakable. So Nickrat has to make a choice. He scans. He does confirm the Twilight Council. He sees researching Blink, which means he knows there's no Colossus, there's no Immortals. He sees where the army's being spent, or where the money's being spent. We do catch the Oracle. Nicely done there by Nickrat. So upon scanning the main base, he can make the decision to commit across the map and to try to break the third. We are getting ready. And it's so important right now for Mana to move out with these Stalkers. The goal here is not for Mana to kill the army, it's to chip away at it. It's to slow it down, to force a stim if possible, and to just chip away at this Marine count, get it as low as possible before it gets across the map. We go. That stim is still on the horizon. Third base about to be taken. Mana active with 7 Stalkers. First Marine goes down. Second Marine goes down. Can we get a Marauder? We get a 3rd Marine, a 4th. 5 Marines falling so far. We don't bait out a stim. Nickrat still pushing. We got so far a very nice control from Mana. Just chipping away at the army. Shaving off so many Marines. But the Marauders get across the map. We have a shield battery. We have an overcharge. Ooh, Nickrat avoiding the main force. Doubling back. Mana getting caught out of position here. And we're going for the shield battery. Shield battery goes down. There is no overcharge. We dive on top of the army. Good blink so far. And we are denied entry into the mineral line. The force fields are solid. And it looks like we have defended. We clean up the army. The Marines and the Marauders, they all go down. They are swallowed up, and we only got 3 probes. 3 probes, 2 sentries. And how many Stalkers? 2. 2 Stalkers went down. That was not good enough, and now we trigger a counterattack. Here comes Mana, and Nickrat is in trouble. Nickrat has a 3rd, but there's no bunker, there's no tanks, there's no wind mines. We barely have a bio army. Yeah, we know that we're ahead. We dive on top of the forces here. We dive on top of the Marines. And we focus down the Marauders. Nickrat forced to pull the boys. And we're going for a massive warp in. And it looks like Mana should have enough. GG gets called. He breaks the defense. And Mana ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Mana does punish the build of Nickrat. Again, Nickrat, he had some cheeky moves, you know, trying to outposition his opponent and trying to get into that mineral line, but he was denied. We had a clutch force field there. to block off the mineral line, to deny that army. And with that, GG, well played. Mana swallows everything up, goes to the counterattack, and there was just not enough to defend back at home. Whew. We have a tied up series, 1-1. And we'll see who takes a lead here in this best of 5. Let's go. As we are going to be settling into our next game on side Delta. Okay. A much more defendable map. You can be a little bit more economic here. I'm curious where this takes us. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have our red Protoss player representing Team Liquid, tying up the series and looking to take a lead. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nicaract. Being forced into a tied series, but he had some room here. He had some breathing room as he did come in from the upper brackets. We can still bounce back. I want to believe that we can. I want to believe that we will. Want to believe. For now, we do see Nicaract interesting, going for a double gas opener, a very different build this time. With the double gas, we're going to be going for a faster factory. We're going into a delayed CC, as opposed to the previous game where Nicaract was a lot more economic, a lot more greedy initially. Economic is maybe a better way of putting it. We'll see where this takes us. Meanwhile, because we're loading into side Delta, something like a Stargate opener is a little bit more common, a little bit more commonplace, so Nicaract may be looking to just go into a faster factory into Cyclones. We shall see. Probe Scout comes in, confirms the opener, confirms the tech. Mana will back off for now. And I'm going to try and play closer attention here, closer attention to Mana, because again, I was a little bit caught off guard last game to see a Stargate into Oracle out of Mana, not Phoenix. So we'll be keeping an eye on him. Reaper moves out. Moving out across the map, getting some scanning information. The probe is kept safe, and we're going for the proxy. I imagine a proxy Stargate. There it is. Stargate is on the way. Mana. Oh my god. Calm down. Looking to spice things up here in game number 2. Going for the Stargate. I imagine this should be for Oracles to go straight to the mineral line as quickly as possible to wreak havoc. Meanwhile, Nicaract did not get into the main base. Ooh, has limited scouting information. Very nice movement from Mana, denying the scout. But Nicaract is up to 2 Reapers. We have a Hellion behind this. Moving out across the map, and we need to recognize that the tech is missing. Like, at this point, there should be a Twilight Council, a Robo, or a Stargate, and there's nothing back at home. And seeing that is enough of a tell. Should be enough to tell us to prepare back at home. And here comes that Oracle. Oracle's on the way. Nicaract diving into the natural. There are 2 adepts. There's a shield battery halfway done. We threaten the mineral line, and we do get a probe. Oh, get the adept, and we do barely get the worker as well. But Nicaract, he's forced out of the natural. He sees nothing, he knows nothing. Does have a safety Cyclone back at home. And here comes the Oracle. Right for the mineral line. Cyclone's at the natural. How many workers do we get? Good reaction. Very nice, very quick reaction out of Nicaract. Oh, we still bleed out. Not too many SCVs. Oh my god, a bit of miscontrol out of Mana. As the lockout is real, we finally get not even a single, no shot, 0 kills. 0 SCVs go down. Mana, who was having a hard time retargeting here. A lot of these SCVs are low, but none of them went down. But here comes the second Oracle. And we didn't repair. We didn't repair, and now we clean up. Now we get some damage done. 2, 3 SCVs go down. We shut down the Marines. We go for more damage here at the natural. getting up to 4, getting up to 5. Where is the army? It's across the map. Cyclone and the Marines, they're moving out. And what is there at home to defend? We have adepts here at the natural, but not in the main. Nickrat, he's looking for some counter damage. He needs to get some probe kills. 3 probes go down. We deny the shield battery. Adepts coming back in. And this is pretty good, actually. This is a pretty substantial amount of damage. 7 probe kills. Back at home, we have a Viking. The Oracles are forced back. Forced away. Nickrat may have lost 5 workers, but he gets 7 probes across the map. Here comes another Oracle. This time we're ready for it. This time Nickrat is in position. Nickrat, he is recovering. Now what's important here is that Mana didn't lose any Oracles. These Oracles, we have 3, and they're still up and running. So even though Nickrat was able to deal some counter damage, these Oracles, they can still head into a mineral line and they can still wreak havoc. They can still get a lot done. Speaking of, we move out. We get eyes on the production setup, 311. 3 axes, 1 factory, 1 starport, getting into tank production. Nickrat trying to stabilize. Nickrat does also get eyes on the 3rd base as we race back home. Are racing back home, and the game should be settling from here. Yes, Mana is up at base, but again, should have a faster 3rd in this scenario. Nickrat working towards his own upgrades. We have Stim on the way, +1. Tank count getting higher. And you can see Nickrat trying to catch these Oracles. Trying to, but not quite coming across them. Meanwhile, Mana now building up Phoenixes. Alright, I almost forgot that this is still powered. The gateway is still up and running. The Stargate even. Still being used. Immortal production has commenced. Safety Immortal here. We have the Bay on the way for Colossus production. So Mana's building up towards... I was almost about to say Phoenix Colossus, but I don't think we're making that many Phoenixes. Yeah, only the 1. So just a Gateway army with Colossus. Investing into that splash damage. Stabilizing on 3 bases. Meanwhile, Mana, he's trying to contain his opponents and delay any kind of 3rd base from the Terran. We have a field of stasis traps. We have vision scattered throughout the map with more stasis traps as well. Any kind of move outs is going to be spotted. And Nickrat is looking committed on 2 bases. The reason why I say this is that we've built up towards 4 tanks. That's a solid tank count. And typically we want to be pushing with this. We may even pull the boys. I'm waiting for a 3rd CC. If we don't see one soon, then Nickrat is going to be committing. The upgrades are about to finish. There's the Unsiege. We're pushing. Here we go. Keen eyes out of Nickrat. Does bait out the 1st stasis. We have more ahead. Nickrat, he's wise to that though. He does stim forward. And he baits out another stasis. No, he misses. Oh, he does miss the stasis and out. Does take it to the face. Only catching 4 Marines. The other gets caught out. Again, this army has 4 tanks within it. That's a hefty tank count. There is 1 Colossus to defend. The tanks do siege. Charge will stay collapse on this tank while he's going to be going up on the Colossus. But the tanks are going down. Again, they were just 1 second too late there with that siege, and we break the army. And GG gets called. Mana just shutting him down and is now on match point. 1 game away from advancing on and becoming our champion. GG. Oh, a very committed push there by Nickrat, and unfortunately he got caught out. The charge ults, they were able to close the distance, get on top of those tanks. We had, I want to say, 1 tank volley on the Colossus, and it wasn't enough. The Colossus stood strong, and we just could not deal with those charge lots. Nickrat was cleaned up, and now we're settling into our 2nd game. Sorry, into our 3rd game. Mana needs one more, uno más, to become our champion, and Nickrak needs to fight back here and now to force the ace match. And I'm hoping for an ace match, regardless of how this goes, regardless whether this goes the way of Mana or Nickrak. I would love to see an ace match. We'll see. The pressure is on our Terran. Pressure is on our Terran player. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our red Protoss player. The red Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series at 2-1. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Nickrak. Although Mana is with Platinum Heroes. No, so I apologize if I did I introduce Mana incorrectly? Hold on. Yeah, it says Team Liquid. it says Team Liquid. So I apologize. There was a bit of confusion there. Oh, I see. My apologies. It looks like the out of game overlay is a little bit messed up. I see. Hold on. So I don't apologize, but it looks like out of game it's got like the wrong score. Just refresh. Bam. There we go. Okay, do apologize for that, but here we go. We're getting into our openers. It is going to be a Rax Expand, more economic opener this time out of Nickrak. But basically, out of game, the overlay was just saying the wrong teams and stuff like that. So, do apologize. That was causing some confusion. And now we're settling into our next game. I think out of game, it was saying like Mana was on Platinum Heroes and Nickrak was on Psystorm, something like that. But it was just a bit of a bug. So we're settling into our game. Weird siege position. Yeah, it was yeah. it was a little bit of a lackluster push there from Nickrak. It went in the sense of like the setup and the siege was unfortunate. Especially with how committed it was. But now we're settling into our next game. I want to believe that we can force that ace match. For now, the Reaper does slip into the main. Oh, barely does avoid the Adept. Slips behind the mineral line. We can see the Twilight Council has been thrown down at the natural. Not in the main. And Nickrak will not get the scout off. Yeah, he is going to be cornered. No way out. Adept shot's going to be going off. The Reaper goes down and the Twilight Council is hidden. Oh, meanwhile, Nickrak opening up 3cc. Okay, looks like another 3cc 3 racks from Nickrak for the second time this series. Now, the first time was on Amphion, and it did leave a little bit to be desired, unfortunately, as Mana was able to scout it and was able to shut it down. We'll see if Mana can get a read on it this time. So to wind it back, if you maybe weren't here in game number 1, this is a very economic build with that 3rd CC, followed by 3 Raxes. This is going to be hitting a very strong stim timing, very committed as well. And if the Protoss doesn't see this coming ahead of time, then they can be caught with their pants down. It can hit like a truck. I'm referring to shield batteries, I'm referring to warpins, I'm referring to slowing down the army in the center of the map. And a lot is required from Mana to slow this down and to piece it together. Adept Shade is denied. Blink is on the way. 2 gateways so far. Ideally, Nickrak is hoping that Mana goes 2-gate Blink into a 3rd. I say that additional gateways are on the way. He's going for 4 gates. So 4-gate Blink out of Mana, a very aggressive build. Yeah, hidden behind that natural. Now with these 4 gateways, Mana is going to be hyper aggressive. He's going to be moving out with a Prism, with reinforcements. Very much so in the face of Nickrak. And I've seen mixed results here. I've seen this fall in its face and the Terran player deflect this and punish it. I've also seen Protoss players just pick away at this army and pull it apart. We'll see. As Nickrat is in the dark, he doesn't know how committed Mana is about to be. Here comes that War Prism. It's on the way. Prism's on the way. The main army is moving out. Stim is halfway done. Nickrat is going to be stuck back at home. And what kind of defensive setup do we have? We have a bunker on the low ground. We have no bunker in the main. That is dangerous. So against 4-gate Blink, if we don't have any tanks, we need bunkers. We need bunkers set up here as quickly as possible. Without them, these Stalkers, they can snowball out of control. Here we go. The armies are about to clash. The Prism is exposed. Ooh, we don't quite get it. Stalkers engaging with the army. Marines are going down. Stim is not done. Without Stim, we cannot engage. And the third CC is under fire. And is it going to go down? Can we save it? Yeah, the boys are pulled. We get the repair off, and we barely save the base. Whew. Third CC is saved. Stim is now done. Top of the bunker's exposed. Force out a Stim. Mana does have to retreat. So far, good Blinks with juggling as well. Yeah, and you can see the Marine army is just crumbling before these Blink Stalkers. Mana, he overwhelms. And there's no bunker behind this. There's barely any reinforcements. And Mana snowballing out of control. It was a good effort here by Nickrat, but GG gets called. It's just too much, and Mana will take the series 3-1, becoming the Logic Games #2 champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Bobby. Congratulations to Mana for becoming our champion. Fighting back from the brink, from the lower bracket as well. If this was a single elimination tournament, Mana would not be here, would not be in this. But he did fall down to the lower bracket, and Mana, he fought his way back up. GG, well played. Mana, he still got it. He still has it, Pap. You can see here, Mana, he worked his way through Hon Mono, through Cristiano, through Geralt, and through Nickrat in those grand finals as well. It was not an easy road here for Mana. And again, there's a world out there where maybe he even loses to Hon Mono. That went all the way to the ace match. It was so close. That was a great series as well. I do recommend the VODs. I mean, all these series were bangers here. Again, Nickrat, just having a hard time versus Mana. We saw him try to go for the 3-axe Reaper, but unfortunately, he didn't know what he was up against. If he was aware of the build of Mana, I'm sure he would not have tried to expand as quickly as he did. I'm sure he would have thrown down more bunkers and had a more defensive setup instead. But Nickrat was in the dark. He was in the dark here against Mana. He had no idea that he needed to be defensive. And things escalated very quickly in the end. Again, scouting is a big part of StarCraft here. There are so many builds available in all these matchups, and some of them require stronger responses than others. So Mana was able to kind of take control of that game and be in the driver's seat. GG, well played. But a shout out to Mana, shout out to Nickrat, shout out to Geralt, as well as Cristiano as well, because it isn't winners take all. It's top 4. Top 4 players here got paid out, so GG, very well done. Solid performance here from our players, and all the top 4 are going to be compensated for their time here. Big shout out. If you want to support this event, you can do so via OSC. I believe this event is partnered via OSC. I believe there isn't a Matcherino for this. There's no Matcherino page, unfortunately, but a lot of love and a lot of support to Logic. The reason why this event is called the Logic Games is because there is a fan of StarCraft out there called Logic, and he has put up the bulk of the prize money here in coordination with a bunch of the other admins as well. Logic, alongside Reality, Shiny, Magnath, and Hyper One, have made this event a reality. GG. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Logic, for funding this event, for hosting it, for organizing it, and for allowing these players to compete as well. Thank you. Thank you. Big shout out to Logic. I'm sure he's lurking in the chat. I'm sure. But yeah, otherwise, thank you so much. It's possible we may see a third Logic Games in the future. It's been a couple of months. The first Logic Games was at the start of the year, I think. Let me just double check. It was yeah, it was back in February of this year. So it's been a couple of months, and hey, we might see another. We might see another Logic Games in the future. Again, again, there's a lot of passion, a little love to be had there, so I'm sure we'll be seeing one in a couple of months as well. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. No pressure, Pappy, no pressure. You don't have to, but it'd be nice. It was a great tournament. It was a great tournament, great turnout as well. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Again, this is a bit of an irregular tournament, and keep an eye out on social media. Keep an eye out on our channels for when the next one does come around, if there is one. Otherwise, thank you so much. We do stream here on a daily basis. This was our third broadcast of the day, almost our fourth, as we skipped KSL tonight, but we casted WTL, we casted MSO, we casted the Logic Games, and our next broadcast is in how many hours time? Oh my god, it's in 13 hours, I think. Let me double check. Our next broadcast is going to be in 12.5 hours time. We're going to be live here with the Sparkling Tuna Cup. You may be wondering, the hell is the Sparkling Tuna Cup? STC. That's what it is. It is our open weekly tournament. So similarly to the Logic Games, it is an open tournament. It is at a time zone or a time slot that is a little bit better for the Europeans and the Koreans out there. It's at a pretty bad time zone for American players, unfortunately, or for North American participants. So I do apologize for that. It is a little bit catered more towards the Southeast Asian, Korean, and European scene. Again, it's in 12.5 hours. So if you're interested, we got you covered there with some open StarCraft. And we feature a lot of these very same players. We feature players like Cristiano, Geralt, Nicarat, Nightmare, Keen, Miyamaika, Honmono. We see a lot of our regulars, and they do typically compete on a weekly basis here on the channel, on the CranKy Ducklings. So if you wish, you can tune in, you can follow us there. Can follow us. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Again, that's going to be our next broadcast. After Sparkling Tuna Cup, we're going to be live with World Team League. WTL Day 3 is right after Sparkling Tuna Cup. So a back-to-back broadcast here tomorrow, and just like today, actually. And yeah, we got you covered. We got you covered. After that, we have ESL Open Cup Asia on Monday. We have ESL Open Cup Americas on Tuesday. We have KSL Replay Cast, and we also have DreamHack on the weekend. I don't have confirmation, but I believe we are going to be casting some of DreamHack Dallas. We're going to be focusing on the open bracket, though. We're not going to be covering like the main event or anything, but we will be doing our best to bring you coverage of the open bracket and the knockout bracket. So some of the earlier rounds where there's like, you know, 10 matches happening at once, we'll be diving into that. We'll do our best. So yeah, we'll also be a part of DreamHack. We'll also be a part in our own way as a side stream. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. It is 6:40 a.m. in the morning. It is 6:40 a.m. in the morning. Aye. GG, well played. You know, it's time for the sun has risen. I was casting when the sun went down. I was casting when the sun went up. I say casting, sorry. I was admitting a tournament when the sun went down. Casting when the sun went up. Smooch. Welcome to the CranKy Ducklings. So stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who's streaming right now? Who can we raid? Who is live? So we'll find someone. Trigger. Trigger's playing Star Auction. God. Este Trigger. God. You should be preparing for DreamHack. What's happening? Shaking my head, Trigger. Shaking my head. Apparently, oh my god, he's playing like a $500 Star Auction tournament? Jesus. We might raid Trigger. Who else? Who else is streaming right now? Platinum Esports alive. Didn't know they had a channel. But we'll find someone. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We might just send our love to Trigger again. A lot of support for Trigger. He's a great guy, great player from Atlantic, Canada. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for STC. Until then, thanks for watching. Thanks for the support. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. We are live also on YouTube as well. Our VODs are uploaded to YouTube on a daily basis. We have plenty of content on YouTube, plenty of content on Twitch. We'll see you then. We'll see you next time. Ciao, papi, ciao. See you next time.